recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Plays F5?
It's losing on the spot!
Oh my gosh!
This is complete craziness.
What is this? This is supposed to be a World Championship match.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
It's going to be a thrilling experience for Ding Liren because he was about to be eliminated. Now he has tied this match.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
A clutch win in Game 12 by the Chinese superstar Ding Liren sees the World Championship match tied at 6 each. History is being written in Astana as we are witnessing one of the most dramatic World Championship matches in recent history. Expect the unexpected. We are live inside the playing hall, the playing arena, as we wait for the arrival of the two challengers, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Two classical games separate them from the World Championship crown. I'm your host for the day, International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, as always, my co-commentators, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Welcome, guys. Fabi, Game 12 was so dramatic. Is that the most shocking turnaround that you've seen in a World Championship game?
I mean, certainly in this match. And I was going through the World Championship games of the past and seeing all the crazy turnarounds and crazy blunders. And we know that when the pressure starts to get to players, anything can happen, even to the very best. I was seeing blunders by players like Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen, the best of the best in history. We know that these things can happen, but certainly yesterday was a super dramatic, super exciting, and unexpected result.
Chess is the ultimate mental combat, and it will be as much about nerves as much as the play on the board. Robert, do you agree with that? Today is the battle on the board as important as the battle in Jan's mind?
Yeah, it felt like one of the biggest blunders in World Championship history, at least since Chigorin and Steinitz played in 1892. But it was a very shaky affair. It felt like both players were not happy about the chess that they played. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the person who lost yesterday's game, he's the one who's going to have to find the mental fortitude to play today. It's not going to be easy. I'm sure it's weighing on him. But Jan Nepomniachtchi has proven that he deserves to be on the stage. I think that we have to wait, but I do think that he will be able to bounce back and play a good game today.
With just 2 games remaining, there's absolutely no margin for error. One inaccuracy could cost these players the World Championship title. Well, the first half was an explosive, action-packed one, which saw 5 decisive games with a back-and-forth 4-streak white win. Jan entered the second half with a 1-point lead, and he kept it until the fateful game 12, and it looked like Jan was going to be the one who would in fact extend a breakaway lead with a 2-point margin. He was so close to victory in that game 12, which would have essentially also meant a match victory for him. Impossible situation for Ding to come back, but just when it felt like it was all over, inaccuracies by Jan saw Ding strike back so close to the finish line. Fabi, what was your take on the action that we saw yesterday? And did you manage to get any sleep after that?
Well, I was able to get sleep, but I'm not the one playing the match. I don't know if Jan will be able to. And even Ding, because, sleep can also be disrupted by the excitement and even the good emotions. And I'm sure they both realized how close it was to the match being practically finished. I think, with the small change in the game, today we would be talking about how is Ding going to try to play for a win with the black pieces. Now it's a whole different story. Now it's just an equal match. The players are 50-50. I don't think we can point to a favorite in the match at this point. And Jan, for sure, during the game, he was feeling how close he was to potentially being world champion. We were feeling it, and maybe that pressure and the weight of the situation actually got too heavy on Jan's shoulders and caused those mistakes that we saw.
And we saw Jan talking to himself, and I promise you, he was not whispering sweet nothings. He was really distraught by what happened in that game. It was a roller coaster, and the emotions do weigh on these players, and we saw that play out yesterday. We've heard Ding Liren be honest up front about how emotional this journey has been for him. So both players are feeling it. As Fabi just said, I don't think it was going to be an easy night's rest for either of them because it's been very exciting, sometimes too exciting for the players, but there are 2 games remaining, and it's classical chess. They'll have to be at it for hours.
Yeah, we saw a very frustrated and an angry Jan during the game, but full credit to him. During the press conference, he was able to calm himself down, get that composure back. That's exactly what's required at this stage. Ding Liren as well, showing that mental fortitude. Not a single expression when he saw that big turnaround happen, when the game went into his favor. And that's the kind of stuff that champions are made of. Now, while we saw 4 solid holds, confident holds by these 2 players in the second half, preceding this big win by Ding, we've also been seeing interesting accuracy stats by the players. And there we see in the second half, high accuracy meant if you've got 2 players playing their best chess to perfection, we saw the draws happen. And I want to ask you guys that is it that excitement and accuracy in chess is often inversely proportionate?
Well, I think that we saw very high accuracy also because those games 11, 12, and 11, 10, and also 9, they were kind of quiet openings. They were well prepared, and they reached positions which they knew pretty well. The game yesterday was a completely different story because they reached a pretty random opening from the start, in large part because Jan made that very surprising move to us, bishop to d7 in the opening, and Ding was on his own. He probably thought he had a good position, but he wasn't sure how to prove it. We got a complete mess on the board, and that's when mistakes happen. If you give these guys positions that they know well and where they're not under pressure, mistakes are unlikely to happen, and we'll see those super high accuracy games that we expect from top level players. Once the emotions get into it, once the stress gets into it, time trouble potentially, or even the fear of time trouble, we saw that possibly contributed to the players making very quick decisions at critical moments. Even that fear of time trouble, which might go psychologically back into that game 7 for Ding, and he mentioned he was trying to avoid that scenario from earlier in the match, then we see the types of mistakes happen and even blunders that we saw. But yesterday, I think, was also a culmination of stress and nerves. And even though Ding maybe said he wasn't super nervous, I think sometimes you don't realize how nervous and how those nerves can affect you while you're in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, because from games 4 through 7, we saw 4 decisive games, and even game 8 should have been decisive. Maybe if this were another event, Ding would have converted that advantage. So I think what's great for the masses, a lot of fun, is not always so good for the players. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's already in the playing hall, and he's wearing a different color shirt today. I would have bet on that if it were an option, that salmon shirt, that might have been thrown out.
Yeah, that shirt's been burned, Robert. And we see for the first time, in fact, that Jan Nepomniachtchi arrives on the board so early on. Usually he's in the resting area, so you can feel the shift. Vishwanathan Anand, 5 times world champion, also mentioned the points that you've been saying, that this was pure nerves. And also psychologically, how much of an impact the game was on. And the battle between moves and the pressure of the match is intensifying. The players were asked about their feelings post the roller coaster game 12. Take a look.
There is a quote from Fabiano Caruana who said, "There is no longer about chess, it's pure nerves. Every move is a mistake now." Would you agree to this statement?
Well, I agree with the first part of his words. It's not about chess, since I know the quality is very low, but actually I'm not so nervous at the point. It seems to be the very important game, but I didn't feel it at all.
I guess it's still about chess, and not the best thing to do, like to lose a supposedly winning position. But I somehow decided to go for some forcing lines and met the consequences. So yeah, I think it's pretty much chess. But yeah, at some point, of course, it was a big mess. Yeah, clearly it was an important moment. So yeah, but happens.
It was about the chess, but also about the clock management that we saw. It was one of the most shocking aspects of yesterday's game was how flawlessly Jan played till a certain point until he didn't. We saw a move after move inaccuracy starting from move 27, and each of these mistakes that Jan made were made under 2 minutes. And that is definitely something that Jan has to think about, keep under control, being so close to winning a game and then messing it up because you're not taking your time on the clock. It is one of the strengths that Jan has of being able to play fast, but in certain situations, it often turns into a weakness. And that's what we saw in game 12. Now, this match was always going to be a close one. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, world number 2, world number 3, have played against each other a bunch of times. And it has been a very level score so far coming into this match. And now both of them with just 2 games remaining, tied at 6-6. Fabi, with all the drama that we've been seeing, and especially with the psychological aspect of the game coming into play today, could this perhaps be an opportunity for Ding to try and push with black today?
I don't know if he's psychologically in that state when he's going to try to press for win with black, because he's still in that adjustment period, and they didn't have any time to adjust as well. They didn't have a rest day after the game yesterday. It feels like they would deserve a rest day, but they have to come back the day after, still dealing with the emotions of that game. And I think that the likelihood is that Ding will keep the same strategy, the common match strategy, which is play solid with black, draws a good result. You have white in the last game. You can push for a win if necessary, if you want to. If it's match tied, then it's a good situation. If you're behind in the match, you still have that chance with the white pieces, although that would be a very bad situation for Ding. For Jan, it's an even more interesting question, because then he could shut the game down, most likely. I don't think Ding would be opposed to that. But is that a good idea for Jan? I would say under the circumstances, maybe to stop the bleeding and prevent a tilt situation, go into the rest day, try to get into playoffs. Maybe it's a good decision to shut the game down. We've seen Magnus Carlsen do this, for example, in the last game against Sergei Karyakin in 2016. Everyone thought he's going to play for a win. Last game, he just shuts it down with the white pieces. He'd rather go for a playoff rather than try to break down and pretty much impregnable black defense.
I think there's a big difference between Magnus Carlsen against Karyakin and this matchup, and that's that Magnus was the better player, and that was undeniable. And in the rapid format, Magnus felt very comfortable. Sure, there is variance in the quicker time controls. The lower rated player may have more chances, but I guess the big question is, who would be the favorite in rapid tie breaks? That was asked at the press conference. They kind of shrugged it off. We have 2 more games of Classical left. But who's the favorite if we do, in fact, get to rapid?
And that's the big difference in this match, right? Where it's so hard to pick a favorite in that rapid time control. I would give it a 50-50 between these two players. We've seen their head-to-head. We've seen epic clashes between them happen in so many elite events. It's hard to pick a favorite if this World Championship match was to go into playoff. A big decision today for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Does he shut the game down with the white pieces, or does he take it up with the challenge that it comes with, to take those extra risks to try to create his own chances in his final white? Because if he does decide, Robert, to in fact shut it down, Ding Liren, he could try to push. Tomorrow he gets the white pieces. He was asked about his confidence level a couple of days ago. He said 5 out of 10. Do you think that's changed going into this game 14? Game 13,
Yeah.
sorry.
It has definitely changed. He is certainly more confident, but sometimes being confident can backfire. You don't want to be overconfident. He should be happy, but he should be playing this as if it's any other game. And I actually think that Ding has done a decent job of that. Yesterday, we saw the game just go back and forth. Well, it didn't really go back and forth. It was singularly in Jan's control until it wasn't, and then it became Ding's game to win. He did manage to do just that, but I feel like what happened yesterday wouldn't have happened without the match score being in Jan's favor and then him getting nervous perhaps. And I think that now that it's all level, it's 0-0 with just 2 games to go, I think maybe this will help the players just settle down, and then Jan will play a peaceful game.
Well, the score
I think there was... Oh, sorry, Tanya.
Go ahead, Fabi.
I was just going to say, on that point that you both mentioned about like the back and forth, I think that yesterday was a bit back and forth because we did see that Ding was given a chance to win, and then he gave that chance back to Jan, and then when he got his second chance to win after F5, of course, he took that. And speaking of speed chess between these players, I think it is interesting. I do remember, and I don't remember the year, but I do remember there was a speed chess championship match between Jan and between Ding, and I think that Jan won, but I don't remember the year. It might have been 2017. It was a few years ago for sure. But that being said, I don't think that that means that Jan would be a clear favorite in rapid time controls, because if you guys remember, Ding against Hikaru ended up basically almost being the final of the Speed Chess Championship, because it went to like the final tiebreak. It even went to Armageddon, I think, and obviously we know how formidable Hikaru is in the Speed Chess Championship, beating even Magnus Carlsen recently. So Ding took him to the wire. Obviously, he can play at the very, very top level, and I think, as you said, Tanya, probably this is a 50-50 matchup going into Classical or going into Rapid or going into Blitz.
Absolutely, Fabi. And they have 2 more Classical games to play before the playoffs, and that only happens if the score is tied. Now, if one of them manages to win either of these 2 games, it's hard to imagine a comeback. There are such few games. The path to comeback is so little that will perhaps not be the case. So how much risk are the players willing to take? We saw handshakes there. The 2 of them have so much respect for each other. We see so many photographers, the tension, the pressure of that playing hall where these 2 sit for hours by themselves to try to win the World Championship is just immense, and it increases with every passing game. We've been saying that the score has been leveled, but now the stamina and the energy is not the same from when the World Championship match started. These 2 have to also navigate through their own energy levels left to play the next games. And guys, once again, before we have the ceremonial moves, Robert, 1 E4 by Nepo?
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi is an E4 player through and through, and I don't think the openings have been an issue for him. Maybe the exception being that French game. I think Jan has played really well. He had an advantage when in one of those draws that he was kicking himself about, but I'm just kind of loving this scene that we have right here. You see 2 worthy competitors, and you see determination. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's changed his outfit. He is sitting there just staring intently at the board. Ding Liren looks completely unfazed. He's like, yeah, I'm just here to play a chess game. No big deal. But I think that this is setting the scene for what could be an epic finale to this World Championship.
so hard,
Yeah,
Fabi, to
I mean,
even
I
predict
just want
anything.
to, without making any predictions, I was hanging out with the guys from the Chess.com Spanish broadcast last night, and they were saying with the drama of the game yesterday that at some point they were like going crazy. At some point, Divis was like moving in such a way that he actually punched Pepe by accident. Like they were getting so worked up with that game. But we see e4 on the board, and probably we'll see that being played by Jan as well.
And then, of course, the big question will be, what has Team Ding prepared with the black pieces? We have seen some big openings by Ding. He's tried the French here. He's played the Berlin. He's also tried to get a hang off the Marshall, but that has been countered by the anti-Marshall. What are we expecting? 1e4 is easy to predict by Jan, but Ding, Robert, what do you think he has up his sleeve for this one?
I think that Ding should go back to what he's been playing. He's been quite solid with the black pieces. The opening has not been his problem either. I think he's been really, really strong in the opening phase. And now Ding, he's the one who's happier of the two players. I think he should go back to his in the Spanish. Just play he can play into the Berlin. He can play into the Open. I don't think he's worried in either direction.
Wow. So Fabi, no Sicilian prediction today?
No, not today. E4, E5 going on the board.
Right, E5.
And anti-Marshall, I think, makes a bit more sense than the Berlin for Ding, because it seems like he's moved back to that direction after his brief essay into the anti-Berlin.
Great call. We've got the King's Pawn opening. E5 played by Ding. And after knight c6, expecting the bishop to go to b5 on the board. Now, if Ding develops the other knight, that would be the Berlin. If he pushes the a pawn, that would be a Spanish, hoping for a Marshall, probably countered by the anti-Marshall. Ding, as always, slowing down before he shows us his choice.
Yeah, a little think here, but I suspect a6. Of course, he's well prepared in both directions, knight f6 and a6. We saw that. He can play both quite confidently, which is super annoying for your opponent. But maybe Jan is also in that position where even if he's going to play for a win in this game, he'll do it in the maximum, with the maximum amount of safety. So you can, both in the anti-Berlin, you can find very safe lines for white, and also in the anti-Marshall, lines where you don't take much risk and you press your opponent a little bit. In a must-win, you might not be thrilled, but in a game where you're prioritizing safety, you probably don't mind too much.
And we are seeing this being played out. So now it is Jan Nepomniachtchi's call to show us what has he up his mind on the anti-Marshall setups that we're seeing. D3, and Robert, this has been seen before in the World Championship.
It has indeed, and part of me is just like, I expected this. The other part of me was perhaps hoping that Jan would have captured this knight on c6, and we would have had some jockeying for position, not a position where both sides have the same pieces. It would have been a bishop capturing a knight. So this makes perfect sense. Jan has a great understanding, a great feel for these types of positions, and this is important. He played c3 in this game rather than bring his knight out to c3 and then pushing this a pawn. So he played this early in the match, but he's going back to it.
Yeah, it's an interesting system. It's actually a very fighting system. So Ding played bishop to b7 earlier in the match here. There's also a very funny line which starts with knight a5, which Vincent Keimer played against me recently, which goes knight a5, bishop c2, c5, d4, and d5, which is like one of the computer's top choices for black. And it looks like chaos, but the ironic thing is that very often it turns into a very simplified position. But Ding repeats his move earlier in the match, bishop to b7. And will we see continuation of what we saw earlier in the match, which was a4, knight a5, bishop a2, c5, and bishop to g5? That was the game which Jan won. A very impressive game. But probably we won't see the same line. I mean, usually people don't repeat the exact same ideas that they've already played, so we might see a different move here. White has rook to e1, for example. Bishop c2 was played against Jan by Yesipenko, if I remember correctly. And various other options as well.
tough position to figure it out because pawns are not staring at each other. There isn't tension just yet, but you know at some point there could be an a4, there could be a d4 once you have the e4 pawn well defended. If black has time, maybe at some point it's worth striking with d5. So in this current position, we don't see pieces staring at each other in meaningful ways, but that's going to change in the near future unless Jan opts for rook e1, knight d2, knight f1, a little bit of a slower approach, getting this knight over to g3. That's usually a good square for it because it may, in fact, hop to f5 if you allow it. So this is a kind of big choice at this moment, and Jan has settled in for his first big thing.
Well, I think he's going to be prepared here because of this was already played and it's one of the main lines. So knight or bishop to e3. That is a very rare move. So I guess naturally black could respond either with knight to a5 or knight to b8. Both make a lot of sense. We call like knight a5 in the classical system like the Chigorin variation, although here it's not the Chigorin variation, but it is the same sort of plan: knight a5, bishop c2, and c5. And I guess white plays knight b to d2, and we have standard position. But the bishop on e3 is a bit unusual. Usually it stays on c1, and white prepares that maneuver you mentioned: rook to e1, knight to f1, knight to g3. Or does black go for the knight b8 sort of development, knight b8 followed by knight to b to d7, taking a bit extra time to put that knight on a slightly better square?
So my question is, what's the difference? I mean, of course, every small move can be a big difference in a position, but Fabi, you are an opening legend at this point in your career. So bishop e3, does this avoid some kind of continuation? I'm looking at this like, well, I'm happy that my knight can slide behind my bishop rather than in front of it, but how does this change the dynamic?
I think that if black plays knight a5, bishop c2, c5, and white continues knight b d2, it's just a different way to develop because your bishop went to e3 and you probably are going to try to get d4 in. So you might be preparing d4 the very next move, which sometimes leads to a slightly better position for white. More often than not leads to very close to level positions. For example, rook to e8 here comes to mind, and if d4, take everything, maybe bishop to f8. I mean, this sort of thing this could look very natural to my eye, something like this. Maybe d4 is even a bit premature, but obviously Jan has some plan in mind. It's an interesting move. I don't really know this move. I mean, I know the moves rook to e1, bishop c2, and a4. Bishop to e3, I might have checked it, but I don't really remember having looked at this move. Okay, so Ding continues in the most natural way. Bishop c2 will be met by c5 almost for sure, I think, probably very quickly, because there's no other idea of knight a5. Otherwise, white would get maybe b4 and just gain time on that knight. So c5, knight d2, and we were talking about this rook e8, which looks very natural, but black can also make some other moves. But I mean, knight c6 is always an option. Preparing d5, knight c6, maybe d4 is the idea. Maybe not. it's not a very concrete position. So will we see Ding think here, or does he seems to know the position a bit? We might also see him respond quickly.
Well, the last two moves by Ding, knight a5, c5, the most logical approach for black, gaining space on the queen side. He did play that quickly. But what took us by surprise, and perhaps Ding a little bit, which is why now he will slow down after making the obvious choice of the queenside expansion, is the move bishop e3. And I was checking it out. Instead of bishop e3, the other natural move that you guys were discussing, to slide the rook to e1, vacate that f1 square for the knight. It's been played close to 100 times by the likes of Alireza Firouzja, Esipenko, Saric, some top grandmasters, including Alexander Grischuk as well. The move bishop to e3 has been played 11 times. And according to my database, none of the players who chose the move bishop e3 are above 2000. And I am just shocked right now. This is, of course, some great preparation that Jan has in mind, but he's chosen such an offbeat move, which has been analyzed, I'm sure, at high depth to absolute depth in this position. But bishop e3, a move played by, well, club level players, and only 11 times surpassing that move rook e1, which is played about 100 times. Yan plays it out. Ding goes into a think tank. Fabi, can you explain this? Because I'm trying to understand what is this opening approach by Yan?
Well, I think it's not a super explored direction. This c3 h3 is a relatively modern idea, and bishop to e3 is definitely not the first move that comes to mind. So rook e1, as you mentioned, the most, let's say, obvious natural move is probably what most people would be attracted to. But I think it's also one of the factors is that probably people have not analyzed this line super deeply, or at least most players haven't. So they kind of play the natural moves, right? The moves that you would make if you're playing intuitively. And bishop to e3 would not come to mind at first, and clearly this is a result of analysis and preparation into the position. But I wouldn't say yet that it's like a good idea, because we still have to, like, objectively this is for sure an equal position, and the question is, will Ding be able to navigate the position successfully in the face of Jan probably having a bit more familiarity with it. And only after we have the answer to that question will we know if this was a successful idea. But it certainly looks like an interesting idea. I would think that the first two moves that come to mind for me, for black, are knight c6 and rook d8. Both very standard moves. Knight 1, knight c6, defends e5, prepares d5, and rook e8, the other move, which looks very natural to me, is preparing bishop to f8, with the long-term idea still of getting d5. You might wait with bishop f8 with h6 to prevent bishop g5 as well.
Yeah, Fabi, I mean, the more you talk, and something you said earlier is striking to me, so I just want to make this point, is that I think you're right that Jan is trying to play a3 and b4, and the bishop on e3 puts pressure on c5. So I think we can bring up an analysis board and just show this, because this is black's standard plan, is rook to e8, something like this, and you want to play for this move d5, but your e5 pawn is also loose. So if you play bishop to f8, and white plays b4, and your knight comes back here, now d5 is hard to play because your c5 pawn will be under attack, and black doesn't really want to take on b4. So if you took on b4, you'll see that the knight comes to c6, the rook on a1 is activated on its starting square. If you do in fact play d5, you may have to watch out for a knight jumping into your position over here. So this exchange, white captures towards the center, and black actually took away from the center. So white has one more pawn positioned closer to the center. I think this is the dynamic that Jan wants, and if he gets it, he'll be very happy with his position, I believe.
Yeah, this is an interesting plan, a3 and b4. I think for sure black should not be capturing on b4, and we'll have a standoff of the pawns. Let's say instead of c takes b4, knight to c6 looks to me like the most natural move. And I don't think that white would take on c5 because you are allowing the d file to be opened, and the d3 pawn becomes a serious weakness. You're also isolating your a pawn, and it feels like black would have quite a nice position here. So white probably doesn't want to take, and as you said, black also doesn't want to take. So we have a standoff. Maybe black would at some point try to play a5 to pressure that b4 pawn into making a decision. This is a natural way maybe for black to consider. But before black plays that, of course, white has a move to maybe bishop to b3 comes to, or, you know, knight to b3 as well. Like you mentioned, that knight might come there. Why not do it immediately to pressure that pawn? Ask black, do you want to take on b4? You probably don't want to play c4. Take and a5 is coming to mind for me here. So you get rid of that backwards pawn on the a file. Something like this makes a lot of sense, but you could end up a tiny bit worse because you have an isolated b pawn in the final position after we take on a5 twice. Play, for example, rook to b1, or take on a5, yeah, again, and rook b1. Maybe white's a bit better here. Maybe it's bordering on equal. But this could be one of the possible natural and logical directions that play could proceed in.
Really cool stuff by Yan out of the opening, coming out of a very difficult day to find an idea that is offbeat, that hasn't been explored, and then to play it even though you've got these other moves that you've already tried in the match, you've gotten good position. So easy to have the mindset to just go for something familiar, block down all the play. But Yan with his bishop e3 keeps all the pawns, all the pieces on the board. And to me, it implies that he's ready for a fight today. He might not go completely crazy, take some big risks. We might not see murky waters, but it's going to be a complex middle game. Now, you were looking at the knight retreat. Ding has a different approach, but the move order can always be switched up. That knight from a5 on the edge at some point has to drop back towards the center of the board. Ding makes the move rook e8. Yan does Yan things, comes back to the board, and immediately plays the move a4, striking on the queen side. Usually in these positions, black has the tendency to push the b pawn to b4. You want to start targeting white's queenside pawns. Is that what is that what Ding should do? Or should he keep the tension on the queen side in this position? One, and second, Fabi, I want to ask you, how impressive is this opening idea that we're seeing by Yan? It's not super different from the other moves, but it is a little different. It does force Ding to take some decisions on the board, which he might not be familiar with.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, but it's still too early to judge the success of this idea because it really depends on the next few moves. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jan gets a good fighting position. I also wouldn't be surprised if Ding neutralizes it. I do think, to your other question, that b4 is perhaps a dubious idea because I think white will take on b4. And sometimes b4 is a good idea, but here I'm worried that after cb4, knight to b3, that perhaps white will get a very pleasant position. And I have ideas of knight f to d2 and putting knight takes a5, knight c4, trying to exploit those weaknesses that you created with the move b4. Specifically, the b3 square feels like a outpost for either white's knight or white's bishop. And the c4 square, unless black can achieve d5, also feels like potentially an outpost. And if you play knight c6 here, then a5 starts to look rather unpleasant for black to me, because if you play d5, then you start to weaken c5 and b6, and I think this is not where you want to go, because I don't know what white's move is here. Maybe it's simply queen to e2, maybe it's bishop to b6, but white has a bunch of nice squares to try to exploit. So I don't like to move b4. I do like to move h6. That to me is a very, like, how can it be a bad move to play h6 here? You prepare bishop to f8. We might see this, and then the question is, what did you achieve with a4? One idea I can think of is that white can like take on b5 followed by d4, and then if we exchange everything, suddenly the b5 pawn in the end is now a hanging pawn. Which doesn't necessarily mean an advantage for white. It just means that white probably gains a tempo on this pawn, and black might have to play a move like queen to d7, for example. And maybe white gains a tempo to play knight to f5. But if this tempo means a whole lot, hard to say.
Such an interesting dynamic. I mean, you're talking about a bunch of different plans here, and in fact, Nepo's decision to play a4 is different than what I was mentioning earlier. So there are many branches in the opening stage. It's not a forcing line. This isn't some sharp tactical affair. No, this is going to be a positional battle. And I think what Fabi was just saying, that b4, it's too committal. You hand white some key squares, some key light squares over on the queen side. That's probably not the way that Ding wants to play this. But then it begs the question, is a takes b5 a threat at some point? Is that really what you need to be worried about? Should the knight just go back to c6? That looks like a completely viable option as well. And the bishop is outside on e3. Typically, the bishop is sitting on c1 in positions of this nature, and the rook is on e1, and you're not as active. And one big plus is if black does decide to play bishop f8 before playing h6, I think this is why Fabi kept mentioning h6, is that white could play bishop to g5 at some moment and get rid of this knight, making it harder to play d5 and making black's control over the center less of a strength. So I think that it's a very interesting moment where Ding is doing the right thing by thinking, but just because he's thinking does not mean he doesn't know what to do. It's just that these nuances are essential at this stage of the game. We're 13 moves in. Ding needs to be a bit cautious, not careful because he's not under direct threat, but needs to make sure that he comes up with the right strategy.
And he also has to understand the differences that exist in the position, the subtleties of having the bishop on e3 and the rook on e1. And I think one of the points is that the e4 pawn right now is undefended, as it would be if white's rook was on e1, and the point that you made with the bishop on c1. So the move rook to e8 by Ding actually preempts a d4 potential break in the center that Yan perhaps wants to get at some point. Now imagine if that was to happen with all the trades on d4, the rook on e8 is perfectly placed to actually target that weakness on e4 that will be created with no white rook on e1. It becomes a bit more challenging for Yan to defend the pawn, which is why, Robert, you were mentioning the move, why you want to retreat with that bishop to f8. You want to get that bishop back so that you're fighting against any central break, clearing up that E line. But before that, you have to take care of the pin on g5. Now, 8-6 are ideas. Fabi, in these kind of positions, the other move that comes to mind to keep everything together while Ding is still having a think of the path he wants to choose is a simple queen move to c7. We've seen those in different Spanish positions. You just keep the center under hold. You kind of connect the two rooks. You're also looking at the knight jumping back to c6. And one idea I want to show after queen c7, let's say white was to break in the center with the move d4. You can trade with the c pawn, bring back your knight on c6, and then you're taking advantage of that square on b4. These are different ideas in the position. Great call by you, Fabi. Yeah, Ding Liren chooses the move 8-6. So again, threatening to fall back with that bishop to f8, clearing up the e line. Is it time? If Yan wants to play d4, is now the moment.
I think that he probably won't get another chance to play d4 anytime soon if he doesn't play it now. But d4, my best guess would be that it leads to equality. It usually tends to. And so I would be interested to see if he has other ideas, other plans besides d4 that are connected to a4. It's not 100% obvious. I mean, you can always play rook to e1 here, of course. It's almost never going to be a bad move to play rook to e1. But then black would happily drop the bishop back to f8 and probably do it rather quickly because now there's no bishop g5 ideas. Robert, as you mentioned, if bishop to f8 b4, I don't know if bishop g5 would have been better for white or anything, but it certainly looked like an interesting move. And that's the best you can hope for against the marshal, right? It's not like you're getting an advantage straight from the opening. So that's exactly why Ding chose to first play h6. And sometimes white has ideas of knight to h4. Sometimes. Here, I don't know, because it allows knight takes e4. Sometimes white can sacrifice that pawn, but not all the time. And I don't really see after knight h4, knight e4 how white would continue, so maybe now is not the time.
Fabi, if I may, I like what you were suggesting earlier, and I do think that d4 is part of the plan, because h6, it takes away the g5 square, which wouldn't have been a requirement had the bishop been back on c1. So you kind of are spending some time. So I do like first taking on b5 and then playing for d4, because black does not want to see this pawn go up to d5. That shuts down this bishop, gains a lot of space for white in these positions. Not to mention there's a lot of tension in the center that black would have to deal with. But in the variation that we're talking about, just to put this on the board, if a takes b5, a takes b5, d4, and the typical play for black is to swap on d4 a bunch of times. As I mentioned, this bishop gets shut down. If you allow me to play d5, I take control of the center. And if you take, I like what you were saying, that this knight is heading in two directions. And in fact, this pawn on h6 in some ways is misplaced because it makes it very hard to play g6 and keep the knight out of f5. So a position like this could be dangerous for Ding. I mean, white's play, putting more pressure on this b5 pawn, it happens pretty fast.
Yeah, I think queen d7, I'm not sure if that's the best move. I was kind of interested in the move knight to c4 here.
Ooh, okay.
But it does come with some risk for sure, some positional risk. But the question is, let's say you take on a8, I think that you should probably take, rather than allow rook takes a1. Also good question, how black recaptured. Although, let's say bishop takes, but queen takes is tempting. Knight takes c4, b takes c4, because I don't think you can allow knight takes c3. And here you have a choice. You can play f3, you can play queen to f3. I'm not sure if that works out after bishop to f8. Probably is not very great for white. So f3 is very logical, and then bishop to f8 with the idea of playing d5 next.
We don't have a bishop a4 at some point. That's going to be pretty annoying for black.
Oh, bishop to f8 will allow bishop to a4. That would just potentially be a disaster for black. So you can even do it immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because rook f8, knight c6, maybe you're getting somewhere there. Still not clear if white is getting anything special. Actually, it doesn't look like anything special. Black takes, plays queen c7, and the bishop pair doesn't count for a whole lot here. I think it's just an equal position. Bishop d5, take, bishop take comes to f6, and the position starts to become very simplified. We're seeing the contours of a draw. So maybe bishop a4 connected with f3 is the good way to go. And perhaps white can count on a bit of an advantage here because knight to f5 is dangerous, and d5 allows e5, which is probably not what do you want to do to your poor bishop on a8, which starts to feel like how could you do this to me?
You did to yourself, you know. You're the one who suggested it. But
no, that's the bishop talking there.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it directly to me, and it kind of hurt. As your friend and co-commentator here, it felt, like very directed towards me.
I'm taking responsibility for playing d5. But maybe with that in mind, queen takes a8 was a better idea to maybe it meets bishop a4 with rook to d8. But it's hard to say. It's very complex positions. Also, bishop a4, I don't know. Can you sack the exchange bishop e4? Maybe you can, but maybe not. So yeah, we could see some positions like this where white is the one pressing for a bit of an advantage, but black is certainly still doing relatively okay.
Yeah, I think that we just went deep down a sort of odd line. And Tanya, I guess we're looking at all this stuff. Even though we saw the EVLR not react, don't you just kind of feel like it's edge Jan because he's the one who is better prepared in these types of lines?
I would think so, Robert, but he's gone into a bit of a think after this natural looking move 8-6, which definitely has to be part of something that you're familiar with. And as Jan just trying to remember all the ideas that he's looked at, the thing is, there is so much going on in his mind with the psychological battle that we've been talking about. How much risk does he take? Does he go for these direct liquidations that arise after taking on b5, after taking on d4, which essentially means a draw offer? Or does he keep the tension? Does he make smaller moves? Does he play the rook to e1? Just continues to develop pieces, continues to keep the pressure on. And Jan is figuring all of that out. I have to say that Ding looks confident today. You were asking if this is slight advantage to Jan, just simply he has an edge of being more prepared today. I don't believe that Ding looked at bishop e3. I don't believe that Ding has bishop e3 in his preparation. But whatever that means, whatever bishop e3 does bring in, Ding is confident in handling it. He hasn't taken as much time as we've usually seen him. He had a big win yesterday, and moves like 8-6, c5, these are positions that Ding definitely, regardless of that bishop being on c1 or e3, is very familiar with. I think this is all about how much Jan wants out of this game.
Well, I think that his opening choice was relatively ambitious, more ambitious than I expected after the game yesterday. I was kind of thinking he might just not want to play today, and I would have fully understood that decision. After a disaster like yesterday, you just want some time to recover mentally, physically, emotionally. That being said, I don't see another plan besides what we were talking about here. Like, I'm thinking rook e1 is met by bishop to f8. I don't see knight to f1 is met by d5 there. I think if you allow bishop f8 d5, you end up getting a little bit worse with white. Not a whole lot, but not exactly what you want. And from let's say move 12 of having the white pieces, you probably don't want to allow black to gain the entire center in that fashion. So yeah, let's analyze this take in d4 a bit more, because it's super likely that we will see this on the board, and we might even see that entire position up to knight takes d4 come on the board. Although black is not obligated to take on d4 twice, and one of the moves I would consider, instead of c takes d4, actually, let's have a look at d5. Can we give it a shot?
You just want to play Connect 4. Wrong game, Fabi.
Yeah, well, I won Connect 4. That Jan plays d5 and then he's like, okay, I'm leaving the board. I won the game. You can play chess. I won my Connect 4 game.
Can I just take this e5 pawn?
Yeah, so c takes d4 here. How does this continue? The knight on e5 might end up being far too powerful. And you take with the bishop is also a question.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
So in that case, maybe we amend it by first playing CD4, CD4, and then D5. Is that a better version? Because this is a very typical idea. It hasn't changed much, but the bar is not telling me that I should, stop playing chess and choose some other game for this move. So it's not so out of the question. Knight takes e5, d takes e4. Looks like a position to me. I mean, it could be dubious for black, but and then knight on e5 is really a powerful piece. I don't know if you want to allow that piece there, but it's not like immediately coming to mind why it's refuted. Maybe queen knight e5 d4 queen b1 is a little bit unpleasant to deal with.
You know what's funny, Fabi? I mean, your brain is just bigger and better than mine, but queen b1 was never a move that I was considering, but it makes perfect sense. I was just wondering, if we get positional for a second, and I take with the pawn here, and then just like play knight d4, blockade your isolated pawn. My knight still going to f5. I could throw an e6 if you're not careful. b5 is under attack. I was just thinking that this, at least when I was visualizing it, looks very pleasant for white.
Yeah, I think you're right that this could be a real problem for black here. And the bishop on b7 is sort of a bad piece here, the pawn on e5. I think it really comes down to, is that pawn an asset? Very often it is, but sometimes it ends up being attacked. For example, there's a move like bishop to b4. It's kind of potentially natural. And if the knight on d2 goes to f3, then knight c4. So it becomes semi-concrete, but from black's point of view, yeah, it's something like this could be okay for black. From black's point of view, you're taking a lot of strategic risk, which you might not want to. And after bishop b4, I would be worried about stuff like knight takes e4 followed by e6. Things like that are potentially extremely dangerous for black, because if you play f takes e6 and then you drop the b5 pawn, it turns out white has probably an excellent structural advantage. Or even queen to g4 here is, coming to mind and could be dangerous. So I don't think we'll see d5.
Arrows?
I think we need enough. I think we need a few more. Rook a to d1 is also an arrow. So. There we go. Different color too.
You're welcome. This looks obviously very pleasant for white. So, I mean, the more I think about this, right, that it feels like Tanya will likely see what we've been analyzing with pawn takes on b5 and pawn d4. But what do you think Jan's thinking about? Because it's a very natural continuation.
Again, he's thinking about how much he wants to liquidate at this point. Not a single pawn, not a single piece has been traded. They're all on the board. He knows that those lines that you've been mentioning, now, the one that you were looking at with d5, it just felt like too much risk by Ding. At this stage, I don't believe that Ding, if he was posed with this position of the pawn advance on d4, he will try to go into those chaotic positions of just another counter d5 move. I think he would be happy to simplify, but the thing is that those positions give so little to Jan, and he knows it. And he also knows that tomorrow tomorrow will be a rest day, but the final game, Ding has the white pieces. So again, the big question for today and how much action we're going to see just completely depends on how much Jan wants to be ambitious with. Yes, bishop e3 hinted that he wants to try for more, but now what next? In these positions, d4 is the central break, the only break that white often thinks about. But if that's all that you've got, that leads to these simplifications. And look at Jan. He's not looking at the board. He's trying to understand that, does he go for it now? Does he wait? Does he keep the pressure on? But one thing's for sure, guys. If d4 was on the board, Ding will trade on d4. And I do not see him playing that move d5. Come back with that knight to c6, or put that knight on c4, trade off the pieces with the black pieces, call it a day if you can, as quickly as possible, and say that you will take your chances with white.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I agree as well. I don't think d5 is likely at all. It's a really risky move, as you mentioned. It's a fun move to analyze, but it might not be fun to play in a World Championship match. It's a lot more comfortable to be analyzing from the comfort of our commentator studios rather than potentially putting it all on the line with a move like d5. I think that after d4, or take on b5 and d4, black will probably trade everything in the center, and potentially that queen d7 move would be played. That's coming coming to mind as, or knight c4. One of those moves is coming to mind as very, very logical. And the thing is, that queen d7 move that we were discussing a bit, I am a little bit worried for black there. So we see d4 played immediately, but it probably doesn't change. Oh, you know what? It might change a bit here because maybe knight c4 is less attractive for black in this version. So this.
So with actually, is it less or more attractive? That's what I was trying to figure out because the eval bar did just go down, so maybe that helps. But if we analyze, because it's a very direct sequence, the big change is that once knight takes d4, knight c4 happens, you're going to take on c4, and now the a file isn't open. This pawn on b2 is kind of a weakness. The pawn a4 maybe isn't really that good either. And the eval bar says that black may even be the side slightly. It's about level, but slightly for choice.
Maybe
Jan has made his decision on this in the center of the board. He decides to go for the break immediately. D4 has been played, and now Ding has to think about the subtleties of the b5 pawn still being on the board. No trades have happened on the queen side. All these ideas of the knight jump, as the players are not on the board. Ding will return soon. We will take this opportunity to go into a short break, and we'll be right back.
Hi everybody, International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with World Quant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for World Quant, Natish Maini. The people have met us and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about World Quant and what exactly is it that World Quant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny, and you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at WorldQuant. WorldQuant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinsky in 2007. WorldQuant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset class across global markets. WorldQuant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called World Quant Brain.
So World Quant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. World Quant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that, learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from World Quant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So World Quant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the world in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas? That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And
I can? Okay, so I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
Yes, so the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So World Quant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole World Quant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the World Quant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Natish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. I don't, if I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour thanks World Quant for their partnership. And we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Denny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head to go.chess.com/IQC or use the command IQC in chat for all the details. And we are in game 13 of the World Championship match. Jan Nepomniachtchi with an offbeat path in the anti-marshal with bishop e3 has decided to strike in the center with d4, and we already see Ding Liren's response. It wasn't the line that we were expecting with the pawns trading, the c-pawn trading, but instead Ding goes the other path that we were discussing with the e-pawn taking on d4. And what this does is it creates certain weak points on the queen side. The knight can find its way to b4 at some point. The c-pawn can now take a decision to actually advance to c4 instead of trading on d4. Fabi, take it away. What are the subtleties, and explain to us, why did Ding decide to trade with the e-pawn?
I have a strong suspicion that he will just take again, and it didn't really change much whether you captured first with the c or the e-pawn. Because if you allow the move d5 here, for example, you play bishop to f8 and you allow d5, I think you end up in a very dubious position. With the knight on a5, not a great piece. The bishop on b7, quite clearly a restricted piece, and the Benoni structure a little bit of a dangerous structure for black. So I really think that for him it was just, okay, I'm taking with the c-pawn or the e-pawn, doesn't make a difference. Unless there's something else here, sometimes black allows a Benoni structure if under very specific circumstances, and here I don't see those circumstances working out. So I really think that we will see c takes d4, and I don't. Other moves would be so risky for black. So yeah, c d4, knight d4. And the interesting thing is that we were looking at this position with the inclusion of a takes b5, a takes b5, and we were discussing knight c4 there. Here, knight c4, it's an interesting question of who this favors after knight takes c4, because I don't think white can grab the pawn on b5. It actually will win a pawn in case of yeah, I mean, like, you can't take on b2 because your knight gets trapped. And I think knight takes e3 is the response. And fe3, ab5, white can take on b5. But you don't want to allow the bishop pair for black. And here, maybe specifically, there's even queen to b6. But even if black wasn't regaining the pawn, I think this would be very good for black. So it's not what white wants. So I think that after knight c4, we'll see knight takes c4, if that occurs. Knight takes c4 and b takes c4, and who did this favor, having the a-pawns on the board? I think, Robert, you were talking about this bishop a4 idea, right? In the similar positions. Here, there's no bishop to a4. So maybe that's actually a point in black's favor for this position.
Looks like it, because bishop a4 was the one active try to kick this rook out of e8 and try to discombobulate black's forces. I feel like this position is one where, why would black be worse? The e4 pawn is targeted in the center. The b pawn is backwards, so eventually you can put some pieces along this file. And the a6 pawn, hard to get to. Not like it's a weakness here. And this knight on d4, It can go to f5. That's the good news, but it doesn't attack anything on b5 or have that square available to it. So I just feel like white's options are limited because these pawns remain on the board. So I feel like for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I'm not seeing any advantage out of the opening.
Makes a lot of sense what you're saying. Trade off everything on d4, trade that knight on c4. You're still putting pressure on e4. The bishop can fall back to f8 to really try to tighten up the hold in the center. And I just want to point out, as somebody who has a little bit of experience in these positions, and Fabi, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, with the black pieces, if we just back up to the live board that we have. Now, it can be tempting to start pushing these queenside pawns further. You can start dreaming about getting c4 and b4 and trying to get more space on the queen side. But for me, with black, it's an absolute nightmare to allow after c4 a trade on b5 and the d pawn advancing with d5. The reason for that is that, let's say, a takes b5 and the bar says it's fine. d5, you take away the square on c6 from the knight, and now that knight on a5, it really has to find a way back to the game, and it's never easy in these setups to actually make that happen. And yes, you can start pushing the pawns, but a move like b4 would only end up weakening the c4 pawn further, also allowing that bishop to jump to a4, hitting that rook on e8. You can start taking control of the c line, and this is exactly what you don't want with black. So c4 looks tempting, but Fabi, it's perhaps a bad choice on the queen side.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct that c4, there are some circumstances when this is a good idea, but probably trading on b5 is important, because if d5 immediately, maybe b4 at black gets a better version because the knight on a5 is no longer attacked by anything, not attacked by the rook on a1, and it's sort of an outpost, like it's a restricted knight, but with the black's pawn on b4, it also becomes a bit outposted there. And maybe this would be unclear, but as you pointed out, you trade on b5 first, and then follow up with d5. And now the knight is also being targeted by the rook on a1, and b4 would even allow bishop to a4, forcing rook to f8, and white continues to gain time. There's still the threat of c3, but maybe here rook to c1 is, or queen c2. It's still a question how you deal with a c3 threat. Queen c2 is definitely coming to mind as a logical move, and I don't see this as like super obvious, but from black's point of view, you're taking huge risk, and probably too much risk. For example, queen c7, rook f to c1. You might just get a bad position here. That's the issue. So I would think instead of c4, b4 is a slightly better version of the same thing, maybe. Trying to get a better version. Because as we were saying, d5, c4 is maybe not super clear without the a-pawns traded. But I still wouldn't be confident going there with black. And also, you're allowing d takes c5 potentially. And maybe the c4 square will become weak. Maybe queen to e2 here. And it's also a question if this is okay for black.
And then we saw them. He was reaching out to make a move, but he pulls back. So just double checking his lines, he will be taking a decision of what he wants, the kind of pawn structure he wants in this middle game. And Robert, we often talk about these critical moments being based on calculation and tactics, but actually these are also part of critical moments in chess, where you have to slow down to really decide the kind of pawn structure, the fixed structure that you will probably have for the rest of the game. And it's a good idea in moments like these, when you've been offered a trade, to actually take your time to decide which way to go. b4, as Fabi's pointing out, c4, or to take on d4.
Yeah, these are really important strategic decisions. And once you push a pawn, it doesn't move backwards. That's obvious. Thank you, Captain. Yes, that's me. But the issue is when you push pawns, you also leave squares behind. So if you play b4, we've been talking about how the light squares, for example, the c4 square might be available to white's pieces. And if you push the c pawn, well, no longer do you control this d4 square. And when white pushes the pawn forward, the knight can slide into d4 and cause black some serious problems. So I think it was a really nice point that you two were making about the inclusion after c4 as being not the best move because you could take on b5, whereas b4 leaves that knight safe and sound where it is, and d5, it's a position where black would be cramped, and that is why Ding Liren eventually chooses to take on d4. But he was just processing the information. He could have played that move in 2 seconds. I think we all expected him to take on d4, but I like the fact that he slowed down, because in this situation, if you believe that you know something, you could be wrong. So it's good to double check, especially after yesterday's game where the bar was on a seesaw going up and down and back and forth. So I think that it was a right choice by Ding Liren, both on the board and the way he executed his move.
Yeah, I think this is. It was definitely good for him to pause because these are complex strategic moments, but it was a good move for sure. It definitely seemed like the right move, especially under the circumstances when a draw is a good result, right? So you don't want to go for some very, very double-edged positions. And I think we'll see knight takes d4 because bishop takes d4 is kind of inviting knight c6 a lot of positions and doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to put the bishop rather than the knight in the center, attacking b5 and preparing to go to f5 potentially. Knight d4, let's look at this knight c4 a little bit more because I really think it's an interesting position. And I don't think it's super, I think it's very double-edged anyway because white can take an f3. And Tanya, I think that you mentioned this move bishop to f8 to prepare d5 in this position, which definitely looks like the most natural move. And here I'm wondering, is a5 a move? Because d5, I want to prepare bishop to a4. And it's a little bit double-edged. I mean, definitely white is taking some risk as well, but maybe rook to e5, although it's, not a move that comes to mind immediately. But how are you dealing with this bishop to a4 idea? Maybe it's simply rook to c8 is actually the right way.
Question, Fabi, is knight d5 not a move here? Is that something that black can consider to try to counter bishop a4?
Yeah, for sure. It's a definitely a move you'll calculate. But after bishop to f2, I didn't see the follow-up, and it felt like you're just losing time with your knight. You can go to f4, but you might continue to lose time with that knight. And knight f4, queen d2, it might not really work out for black. There's some tactics like knight f4, queen d2, queen g5, bishop to e3. Knight takes h3 is met by king to h2, and probably white is ending up winning the game, in fact, because that knight gets lost.
Show everybody it's check and you can't take it. No, the pawn is pinned, but after king h2, you were tricky and clever, but too clever for your own good. You're going to lose your knight since your queen is under attack. This is a very interesting variation. That was actually a very important one.
So yeah, the knight d5 is one of the moves that you calculate first, and then you probably think with white that, yeah, I'm not too worried about those sort of knight hops because black might end up losing a lot of time with the knight instead. But I think a calm move here, rook to c8. The idea is after bishop to a4, the rook can go to e5, and there's no knight c6 ideas. So I just nipped that whole knight c6 in the bud. And now a5 is hanging, so it's super double-edged, even if you lose the a pawn. Still white has some positional trumps. So it's not like it's the end of the world for white there just because you potentially lose that a pawn. But okay, we see quickly knight c4. I think we'll quickly see take in f3 because what else? Nothing else is coming to mind here for white. But Ding is confident. I think he's seen this bishop f8 line. He judges it probably correctly to be a fine position for black. And overall, I guess, yeah, outcome of the opening was not bad for Ding at all. He more or less equalized and seems quite confident with the position as well.
Fabi, I don't really think he just equalized. I'm starting to get the sense that he can play for an advantage. And not including AB5 is going to come back to haunt Jan to some extent. Because in the positions that we're seeing, I mean, knight takes c4 is really the first move that comes to mind, and maybe the only move. You don't want to allow knight takes bishop over here, and knight takes b2 is another threat. So you want to play knight takes c4, but after b takes c4, this e4 pawn is difficult to defend. We were just showing that in the line, and I think we could have even been very direct in those positions and just decided to strike with d5, which we didn't play, but I do think that Ding will consider it. So I'm worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't think he's losing, nothing like that, but if he doesn't find a series of accurate choices, I feel like he will be on the defensive here and in an uncomfortable position.
All right, Robert, I'm going to try and channel my inner Jan. It never works when I do it, but I'm going to try it regardless. So knight c4, you're absolutely right. I can't imagine Jan wanting to give up that dark squared bishop. The b2 pawn is hanging. With all these threats, you definitely capture that knight on c4, right? So let's say knight c4, b takes c4. And I also want to point out, just notice that, well, a decision that looks like the only one on the board, Yan usually is so quick with them, but today we see him slowing down at even moments like these. And that just shows that is a reflection of the impact of what we saw in game 12. Now, I was talking about trying to channel my inner Yan here. E4 is hanging, but what if white tries to target that king side? My bishop is on e3, nicely placed. I go knight f5. I love that square for the knight. I want to jump in. Can you actually take that e4 pawn? Because I'm really hoping to get my queen to join the attack. Queen g4 is a dream for me. And it seems like it's fine here. I'm threatening a mate in one. I'm attacking your knight. I still don't see the follow-up after a move like bishop g5 maybe. Or knight g5, bishop g5, one of these two moves. But if Albar seems to say white's doing fine, can Yan try to create some complications on this king side, trying for initiative, giving up that e4 pawn? Is knight f5 an option?
Yeah, for sure. But I think after knight f5, we would almost certainly see the very circumspect bishop to f8. Because, yeah, these knight takes e4, queen g4 ideas look dangerous, but now I'm just threatening to take on e4 with the bishop, and after recapturing with the rook, and you don't have any queen g4. And the knight on f5, although scary, it might be an empty piece. It might just, just be firing in basically into thin air. And if f3 here, that's when I start to get worried for Yan, because then d5 comes. And if you can't advance to e5, you lose the pawn. I guess you can sacrifice, but probably you don't want to. If you take on d5, knight takes d5, you have to spend more time with that bishop, putting it somewhere. And for example, bishop to f2 might be met with knight to f4. And I think we're starting to see like a really, really dangerous position for white here. And also one where white has like no objective chances to play for an advantage. So just overall, actually G6 might have even been stronger, I just realized, instead of knight f4, because G6, the knight moves, and knight to e3, and potentially bad stuff for white. So also, what you mentioned before, the b2 pawn as a weakness, I really think it is potentially a serious weakness in endgames, because very often if it's attacked and it tries to move up, then it creates a pass c pawn for black, because let's say somewhere c3 might create a pass c pawn, or tactically even knight to c3 might be an option somewhere. So not concretely, but in some positions, b2 may be a weakness. That's why maybe knight to f5, as tempting as it is, it might not threaten black very much. And that's why I thought that taking f3 was a logical way to continue. Why don't we look at this bishop f8 again, because a5 is super logical to me here, and you mentioned the move d5, I think, in this after a5, and then I was thinking bishop to a4, and then rook has to go somewhere, I think.
Fabi, I love sacking exchanges. Can you just humor me? What if I take this pawn? Oh, it didn't go down.
It's a good, yeah, I was thinking about it, but I thought it wouldn't possibly lead to an advantage for black. But let's see it. Bishop e8, queen e8, right?
Yep.
And is black really better here? I'm a bit surprised. Let's say queen to d2.
Can I just go knight d5 or
knight d5? Potentially, yeah. So the point is rook e1 is met by bishop to b4, and it looks very interesting. But I am surprised to see that the bar is saying that white isn't. Well, yeah, at that point after rook e1, it's already black gets material back. But before that, it feels like white should have some way to consolidate. Maybe not play for an advantage, but to at least keep a level position.
Does it remind you of a certain game 7 by any chance, where Ding Liren gives up an exchange for a pawn, gets a lot of play around it, and the engine approves? So I feel like Ding, he knows when to do it. He's not afraid to give up material, and the eval bar backs it up.
Yeah, that's super reminiscent of game 7. I hope for Ding's sake, it's not going to be entirely reminiscent of game 7, because that would be too much for one match to have two promising exchange sacrifices backfire. But yeah, this is a very nice exchange sacrifice. In fact, I'm really warming up to it. And I promise it's because you suggested it, and I appreciate your ideas, and not because the eval bar says that's good. It's really all because that I trust your sacrifices.
I know that's true because I sacrificed the queen in yesterday's commentary, and you like the idea even though it's completely losing with proper defense. So I do know that, Fabio, but thank you for the words of affirmation. But I mean, in all seriousness, at this point in time, I am getting worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and the more he thinks, the more I feel like he's trying to come up with another variation besides taking this knight on c4, because it's such a natural move. Someone puts a knight, attacking your bishop, attacking your pawn, that does he have an alternative? But you cannot really give up this bishop and hope to have any sort of advantage. I think you're just fighting for equality.
There are 3 threats on the board that black has right now, right? You're attacking the b2 pawn. You're attacking a trade threatening a trade that will suit black more than white in this position on e3. And you're also threatening to actually pick up that knight on d2, a key defender of that e4 pawn, and potentially win a central pawn. You can't allow that black knight to actually stay on c4 for too long, Robert. It's hard to even come up with an alternative which doesn't immediately, either has a strategic disadvantage of a bad trade or ends up losing a very critical pawn in the position. I think for Jan right now, it's a moment to slow down, to really think about what's the follow-up. These lines that you've been pointing out with knight c4, all my attacking ideas of knight f5, Fabi, crushing them completely is not an option. I have no idea how you're so good, Fabi. But knight f5 was a move that I would have loved to see on the board, but not possible because black doesn't care about the central pawn, simply retreats with the bishop. Good stuff on that. I think for Jan, the question is, what is the follow-up after the trade on c4? To me, it feels like Jan is not the same confident Jan that we have been seeing before game 12. Usually these kind of moments, even if he's struggling to find a follow-up, he would immediately snatch the knight on c4 and then play the move, get up and leave. We've been seeing him take his things, and look at the clock situation as well. It's pretty much level. Jan has taken his time in the opening phase, quite a lot more than what we're used to seeing. And these are all the impacts of what has happened previously. And while Jan thinks, I have a question for you, Robert, that we've seen the score level out after 12 games. It's 6 each. But if we look at the chess that the two players have played, incredible action. By the way, we do have a move. Jan plays the trade on c4. We have been discussing this. And of course, the big question will be, has Jan also decided what to play on the next move, or will he take a think? While he leaves and we wait for Ding to return, Robert, the question I wanted to throw at you was that which player's quality of chess has been better in this match so far?
Wow, that's a really, really difficult one to answer. I think people have heard me say that I think results don't tell the full story, and I stand behind that because yesterday's game, for the majority of it, it was Ding who was getting outplayed, but then suddenly he won because Jan went awry. In game 2, Ding lost that game, and that was very one-sided. Jan earned that. And I think between games 4 and 7, 4 and 6, the player that played best won. But then in game 7, I don't actually think that Jan played a better game than Ding Liren did. I think that Ding, he froze. You had the call for that. And then in game 8, it was a draw, but Ding Liren also played better. In fact, Fabi, I believe yesterday you said in those 2 games that Ding scored half out of 2. He very well could have scored 2 out of 2. So the results don't tell the full story. But then some of the draws that happened after that. In game 9, Jan had the advantage. So I think that it really has to be broken down game by game and contextualized because certain decisions were made with the match score in mind. I think both players have actually played some great games, some very enterprising chess, but they've also had their fair share of mistakes. That can't be hidden. That is shown by the evaluation. Even Ding Liren yesterday after his win was kind of like, that was a sloppy game. That was not our best chess. There was inaccuracies, but he won. So that's what's important. And I think I'm not so interested, I guess, in this moment of answering who's played better overall, because I think both have played great chess. But I think I'm interested right now is whose position is easier to play, and I firmly believe that's Ding Liren's. I'm very worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yesterday, up until about move 27, was it? It looked like he was about to win the World Championship. Now, after 17 moves in game 13, I'm worried that he might lose this World Championship. His position is only slightly inferior according to the engine, but I'm sensing that he's going to have to find a series of moves just to maintain the balance that are not very obvious.
Yeah, it's looking a bit easier for black to play because the moves just flow very naturally. You barely even have to think about your next move because it's probably going to be bishop f8 unless white is just giving up the e4 pawn for free. But knight to f5 is met by bishop f8, queen f3 is met by bishop f8, f3 is met by bishop f8. I wouldn't suggest that you pre-move bishop f8, but it probably wouldn't be the worst pre-move ever. And yeah, it's looking very comfortable for black. I was actually going to suggest before Jan took on c4, because he was thinking, I was going to suggest that we have a look at a takes b5, because it was starting to grow on me a little bit as a move, even though intuitively I would never suggest that you make that move. But looking at the difficulties that white has in finding the next continuation here, I was thinking maybe a takes b5 would have been a fun idea to allow the doubling of the e-pawns, give up your bishop pair, just to get the open f file and knight on f5. And I was thinking, like, dynamically, maybe that was worth it. But instead, I mean, okay, I don't know if I would ever go for it, so I can't blame Jan, of course. And a takes b5, I was thinking rook takes a8, followed by knight to f5. Like, okay, positionally, terrible. But dynamically, knight on f5 is really annoying, because now bishop to f8 is always met by knight takes h6 stuff, right? And after knight f5 here, I'm wondering, can black take on e4? Yeah, here knight takes h6 is winning a pawn and also damaging the king side, so probably not ideal for black. So after knight f5, I'm actually thinking, like, tactically, it makes a lot of sense. And you can maybe play knight takes e4. I don't see, like, a clear refutation of it. Queen g4 is dangerous, but bishop to g5. Tanya, you were showing lines similar to this in nature in another position. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if white has some tactical shot after knight takes e4, which saw the bar going a little bit haywire there. So maybe there was some tactics, but not like super obvious ones as well.
Honestly, is it? Very... Go ahead, Bobby.
Oh no. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, but there are so many interesting possibilities here. It's kind of like yesterday, where the engine is screaming that some side is winning, but the position is really complicated, and from a distance. That's the thing that everyone, I hope you understand about chess, is once you have the position on the board and you're armed with the analysis, with the eval bar, we don't even have the moves, we just have the number that the engine is spitting out. It's much easier to play, but these players, they can't take moves back, so they have to see this position and properly assess it, and it looks like black stole a pawn in the center of the board, and after queen g4, there is this bishop g5 move, looks to save the day. Not easy to evaluate a position of this nature.
Yeah, and you feel like even in worst case, white has some bailout here. So it's one of those positions where black might lose, or white has a bailout into a draw in probably a number of ways. So not something that's super attractive, but I am actually searching hard for the refutation, not really seeing it.
I'm going for this. Does this work?
Yeah, but bishop f6. Knight h6, I don't think it matters. King to h7. I was thinking about this one, but it doesn't seem to work out. You have that like issue where you everything you played was brilliant, but you just ran out of pieces. Like, that's the only issue. You deserve to win, but you ran out of pieces to sacrifice.
Tanya, I think he's being nice to me by saying that.
Get a room, guys. But all these lines that we're looking at, it just feels as if white has to be really careful right now, because it's so easy for Ding to make the next few moves, also to get that edge, to start pushing the position. And with taking time on the clock, we saw him there shaking his head a little bit, not pleased with the outcome of the opening. Now, Jan, on a good day, is second to none. He is an absolute beast, can beat any player in the world, including Magnus. And wow, we see a move by Jan. He makes the move f3. It's a committal pawn moves, Robert. You can't take a pawn back once you moved it forward. And we see that it has been awarded by the dreaded question mark. Is that a mistake by Jan?
I feel like that's harsh. And I think that in this position, f3 is the most natural move. The eval bar did go into black's favor, and bishop f8 will undoubtedly be played here. Seems obvious. And threatens d5. And look at that. Ding sat down and played that move instantly. I told you, I'm really worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi. This game is already turning in black's favor. Ding Liren's ahead on the clock. He's pulling a Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's making his move, going to his rest area, coming back when it's his turn, making a quick move, and now has the upper hand. So I don't think f3 was the mistake. I think not playing a takes b5 was the error. And we saw this in game 8, actually. It was a similar situation where the eval bar didn't react so much. But Tanya, when we were commenting with Anish was saying that Jan should have included a pawn capture on d4, c takes d4, c takes d4 in that game. And here he definitely should have included a takes b5, because in these types of positions, he would already have access to the a4 square for his bishop and things of that nature. So
Yeah.
I am worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi right now. I think Black has a serious advantage.
You're absolutely right. In that game, not trading in the center was what caused all these big problems where Ding Liren was so close to actually equalizing the match in game 8 itself, with Yan finding that final resource with Queen H4, a kind of a semi-bluff, survived that one. And Robert, to just follow up on the point that I was making, Yan, when he is feeling confident, when he's feeling good, it's so hard to imagine anyone in the world beating him. But when things start to not go his way, when something goes wrong, we've seen it enough times that Jan does struggle with dealing with that. And it happened in 2021 after game 6, what we saw yesterday, game 12. Jan has to make sure it's not a repeat of that. He has to be in control of his mind because just 2 games remain. Any inaccuracy, any big mistake right now could cost these players the World Championship title. And the point that you're making about that trade on b5, the most crucial difference of that is the activity of the light squared bishop for Jan. That bishop on c2, which right now just looks like it's not doing anything behind his own pawns, could have had a fantastic square on a4 and make life very difficult for Ding Liren's rook on e8, because it's hard to come up with a nice square for that rook. So Yan, missing that slight subtlety, now has to be really careful, has to find a way to neutralize the slight pressure that Ding is building. To me, it feels like a role reversal. Ding playing confidently, Ding playing fast, having the easier moves. Yan, the one we see him more on the board. Fabi, are you feeling the shift in the players? And more importantly, how does Yan follow up to make sure that these ideas of d5, he can take care of them?
I think we're going to see a5 because it's a logical continuation of what he's done. And another exchange stack, it's very likely that Ding will be tempted to sacrifice that exchange because it did look quite pleasant for Black. And otherwise, the thing is, if you play this sequence of moves, take on c4 and f3, rather than going for something a bit more concrete like a takes b5 or a bit more adventurous, let's say, then you have to consider bishop to f8. And it's possible to let's say your calculation goes like this. I think it's a very natural way. You kind of calculate bishop f8, a5. You see d5, bishop a4. You see that the rook goes anywhere and it starts to get harassed, like rook to e7, knight to f5, for example. Things like this, you're like thinking, okay, it looks interesting. I'm attacking stuff, it's promising. You might even see knight to c6 here and get semi-excited. Let's say rook e7, knight c6, and then bishop b6, and that might be where you stop your calculations. Like rook c8, bishop b6, and you're like, okay, I calculated enough for this position. And then you overlook this exchange sacrifice d takes c4, or you underestimate it. Then you get to this position, and getting closer to it, and it becoming more of a possibility in your mind. Just like from a, let's say, psychological point of view, it starts to become more real in your mind that this is happening, this variation. Then you have to calculate d takes c4, and then you realize after calculation that it's actually not simple to deal with this. It's more of a, like, instead of generalizing about the position, which you might do before playing knight takes c4, here you have to calculate the concrete consequences of this exchange stack, and then you start to get worried, and then you start to change your plan, and that's where things might go wrong. But yeah, if the exchange stack is good, I just think Black has a good position. I mean, I don't see other like easy ways for White here, because if Black achieves d5, it's a slight advantage for Black. It's not like overwhelming, but for sure Black is the one pressing because White has a lot of weaknesses connected to the a4 move, weakening b4, the b2 pawn, if it goes, it weakens c3, the f3 move, which weakens e3, and also the f4 square is a weakness if that bishop moves off, for example, from e3 to f2. So White has a lot of, let's say, tempting squares for that knight to jump into, that Black knight. The knight going to d5, going to f4, going to b4, e3, d3, all these squares. So yeah, if a5 is good for Black, it's a good position. That's basically all it boils down to in this position.
Ding Liren, it appears he has won the opening battle in game 13, coming out with the black pieces, a very pleasant position for Ding. He's the one who's putting pressure on Yan currently. He's got ideas in the center. The break that we're looking at with the move d5, Yan Nepomniachtchi is sitting there completely focused. He understands the weight of this moment, and he's going to take his time to evaluate all these lines and analysis that we have been looking at. And while Yan comes to a decision, we will see you after a short break.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Moves are being played at breakneck speed in this game 13 of the World Championship match. Boards from Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Ding, definitely a surprise. We've seen him go into a think in this match so far at many moments, but not today. It is a confident Ding, and he just has the easier moves to make. The pressure is piling on for Jan, and he hasn't moved from his chair. We see the lines that we were discussing. Robert, we've had a couple of moves, a trade in the center, the idea of d5, and you've got to get us up to date and tell us, who does this favor? I'm loving Ding's position right now, the piece activity. Robert, take it away.
Okay, just to quickly do an instant replay, since we were on break when the moves were played. The bishop slid back to f2. That bishop is loose on e3, which makes d5 even more powerful a threat. So the bishop comes back to f2, d5 happens anyway, and after the trade here, Jan just played the move bishop to e4, pinning this knight. That knight would like to leap into the position, but the knight is pinned. I think a good way of dealing with this is rook to b8, protecting your bishop, and aiming down at the backwards b2 pawn. You ask, who does this favor? It certainly favors Ding Liren. Everything about this position is favorable for him. It's more his style of chess. His king is very safe. There are weak squares, weak dark squares around the white king. And for example, if this bishop can get to d6 and the queen can get to e5, there could be a mating attack against this white king. I know my arrows look all wonky, but there are some weak dark squares in this position. I don't like this one bit for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he has this target that black can go after on b2. Not happy with Jan's position.
Bobby, are things entering
it's a lousy position.
Dangerous territory for Jan with all these ideas and the dark squad weaknesses that Robert's mentioning?
Yeah, I think it's a really lousy position for white, and it's just about the weaknesses in the position, specifically all the squares that were just highlighted, the e3, the f4, even the d3 square, because the knight could come into there potentially via f4, and I think, yeah, rook to b8 is simple. Let's just keep it simple. There's no reason to complicate matters. I mean, I was thinking of like some c3, some potential, tactics, but it doesn't seem to work, and especially because you have just easier and safer alternatives like rook to b8. With the idea, I think, of just playing knight to f4, and let's say white makes a weighty move after rook to b8, which is probably not what you want to do with white. Let's say you play, I don't know, a5, which is probably not a very good move. Knight to f4, I think bishop takes b7, rook takes b7, and queen g5 is a completely deadly threat, along with rook takes b2 and along with knight to d3. But for example, you play queen to d2 here, and you're met with queen g5, and then you resign. That's not really what you want to see if you're playing with the white pieces. So obviously after rook to b8, white needs to come up with something very fast, very concrete. The move queen c2 is coming to mind to attack c4 pawn, but I'm still worried knight to f4. I think it's really about this queen g5 threat that's super dangerous. Even the c4 pawn is just not that important. I mean, compared to if black gets his queen g5, forces g3, takes on h3, takes on f2, takes on b2, things start to just fall apart for white. So Ding might play rook b8 rather. I don't think he'll play quickly because it's a concrete position, and there's stuff to consider. There's like knight to f5, for example, after rook to b8 to consider. There's some moves here that white could consider. White could play. Maybe knight f5 is actually the right move. But it does it invite g6? Yeah, maybe just g6 is strong. Where's the knight going? g3? Actually, I do like that g3 square just because it stopped knight f4, queen g5 threats. I'd rather have it there than d4, even though it looks much more active on d4. But yeah, it's a lousy position. What can I say? Jan has gone straight from an equal position opening to a worse position, seemingly without any struggle. Like, more or less, he just gave the position to Ding. Like, did Ding make a single move which we can consider difficult so far? I mean, all the moves we kind of predicted: rook e8, h6, bishop f8, d5, and he already has the upper hand just by playing natural moves. Obviously, something has gone wrong for white.
Starting from that move, knight a5, it just looks like Ding made hand moves, all the moves that seemed logical, developing, putting pressure in the center, while Jan took his time, made these offbeat moves, starting from bishop e3, It has landed up in a position that could go from bad to worse very quickly. He has to be a little careful. You've been talking about the alternative of rook b8. A really nice move, lines up the rook against the b2 weakness. But the ideas that you guys were mentioning of the kingside attack, you want to get knight f4, queen g5. And to me, it feels as if the move that I would want to make is queen g5 directly. Fabi, is there a reason why you want to include rook b8 before you go for a direct attack on the king side? Queen g5, knight f4 coming in. I would be very happy with these threats. Crush my attack one more time, Fabi.
No, I'm not sure that in this case it's possible, because here black is not playing with any sort of, like in previous variations we were looking at double-edged attacks, right? White sacrifices a pawn on e4 and those sorts of things. Here it's equal material and black has better pieces. And I think one crucial factor is the queen on d1 doesn't have anywhere good to hide, and the rooks on d8 and e8. Like, black's rooks will just end up being much more active than white's rooks. So that's also a factor. And queen g5 specifically, I think at first I was thinking h4, but then queen to e5 is setting up also that idea that that Robert that you mentioned with bishop to d6 and potentially checkmate threats. But I'm still wondering if maybe knight to f5 here is stopping bishop d6, and I don't want to get my queen super active because bishop d4 is starting to attack it. Bishop, I don't think you can take on b2 because rook b1. I actually just bishop takes d5, picks up a piece, but also rook b1. So maybe queen g5 is a little bit premature. Like, I'd rather start with rook b8. It's so multi-purpose. It's potentially taking on b2, it's preparing knight f4, it's defending any tactics where the knight, wants to move from d5, but it doesn't want to hang the bishop on b7. I just like this move so much. And one issue for white is bishop g3 would attack the rook, but then knight to e3 just picks up material. And queen d2, knight takes f1 with tempo on the queen, and black is picking up a rook basically for nothing. So yeah, rook b8 is such a nice move to play, and Jan will be. I actually think that he might get depressed. Like, he could easily tilt in this position.
Bobby, there's one specific reason why I like rook b8 more than queen g5, because queen g5 is a very good move. We saw the engine improve it as well. But if white is going to take on d5, I would rather have my rook on b8, because white's next move might be bishop takes d5. We haven't mentioned it because it goes against our instincts, our preferences as chess players. We don't want to give up the pair of bishops in an open position when this king is in some trouble. So it looks bad, but maybe in some positions it's white's best option. But that's a miserable defensive task. And if white is going to take on d5, I think we'd like the inclusion of our rook on b8, because after queen g5, h4 is an option. Maybe bishop takes d5 as well. But in that case, I would rather have my rook on b8 in these positions just to barrel down to the b2 pawn.
Yeah, I think rook, bishop takes d5 in general, whether after rook b8 or after another move, it might be an excellent choice, an excellent defensive choice, but you have to basically have no ego to make a move like that. I mean, you're accepting that you're worse. It's like, yes, I've messed up, I have a bad position, and no matter what I have to do, I will defend it. So you leave your ego at the door. While after rook b8, another move, let's say a move like rook to c1, trying to shoot your way out of trouble, is probably going to be met with knight to f4 and queen to g5, and so maybe bishop takes e5 is really the way. It's not a good position, but maybe it's a necessary move, and if it's a good move, it would be a very impressive decision to make, right? Those are the moves that are genuinely impressive. Like, you can accept that your position is bad. You don't even think about the past. Like, we're just out of the opening phase. You're ready to accept that the circumstances have led to a bad position, and I'm ready to do whatever it takes to defend it. Maybe that's the best way.
And Fabi, sometimes not thinking about the past is the most difficult thing to do. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in such a difficult situation right now. Game 12 could have very well just gone his way, and it would have essentially meant match over for Jan. He would have been the one with a huge favorite margin with just two games left in the match, a two-point lead. It would have been It's impossible to imagine Ding striking back in that circumstance. But with the collapse we saw, Ding has managed to level the score. This is not just a battle that he's fighting over the board, but in his own mind as well. And we see the opening phase has gone wrong for Yan. The World Championship match could potentially be decided today. And while the players are thinking, we take this time to flash back to the 2021 World Championship match and that fateful Game 6.
Look at the clock situation. Jan's already down 20 minutes.
But according to the table base, Black should be able to draw this ending.
It can be scary for Black, right? You just get in your own head more than anything.
This is going to be so hard for Jan to hold because he's just going to keep pushing this forever. We have broken history here. Rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history.
It is officially just winning territory. And there it is. There's the handshake. And that is Magnus Carlsen taking the 3.5, 2.5 lead.
And this was how it went after Game 6, a complete meltdown by Jan Nepomniachtchi in his match against Magnus. It was a 14-game match. Before this, the World Championship was a best of 12 for a long time. And now in this 14-game match, it was Magnus Carlsen in 11. 11 games is what it took for Magnus to become world champion. It did not reach Game 12, and it all came down to that loss in Game 6. That match experience, knowing what it takes to be on that stage and have a bad day, how valuable is that for Jan right now, Robert, facing what he is from Game 12 in this position to avoid the meltdown that he had in 2021?
Experience can be very valuable, especially when we're talking about history. In this case, we could be talking about his story. He would like to rewrite the stars. He would like to change his chances because right now it's looking very bad for Jan Nepomniachtchi. In that match in 2021, he played an excellent first 5 games. Even in Game 6, he was playing great chess. And then suddenly, things were not easy. Magnus broke through, and the match was pretty much over from there. In this one, Jan has already lost several games. He was able to strike back immediately. But after yesterday's collapse, when he had a great, if not winning position, and then he even lost that game, and now he's worse with the white pieces after 20 moves, this is not looking good. And I don't want to say this is a trend because it's just an entirely different match, but the players are exhausted. They've been playing their hearts out for the last couple weeks now. They are in Game 13 of this World Championship match, and for Jan Nepomniachtchi, this could not have gone worse in these last 2 days. If he does find a way out here, it will be a semi-miracle because his position looks terrible. It's very easy for Black to play, and Ding Liren's not even down on the clock, which has been his Achilles heel. So I don't know what he needs to do in this game because it looks very unpleasant. It's not lost. It's not that bad, but it's very one-sided, and Ding Liren's going to have all the fun.
Yeah, I remember commentating that with you and Danny, that Game 6, and that was one of the most amazing games I've ever seen. I mean, from the drama of it, from the quality in terms of they're playing 100+ move game, and they're keeping the quality up, and the impact that had on the match as well. We saw it was like a totally different match. Before that, it was seemed completely level. After that, just Magnus all the way, and that game was a divider. So the breadth of ideas they had there, depth of ideas in that game, it was such an impressive game. And even though we were like commentating for 10 hours at 3 a.m, that part wasn't super fun, but still covering the game was really a joy. And actually, I wanted to run an idea by you guys because you mentioned that word faithful, Tanya, in regards to the Game 6 of the last match. And I wonder if games like what happened yesterday could also, like, the player in that moment could feel like fate is against them, or like something. I don't know if this sounds supernatural, but something is against them, or at least that idea gets in your head, and maybe that's a really good moment to put the brakes on, because it's like you're basically trying to stop that idea, even in your mind, right? That idea that something is against me, that something is stopping me from winning this match, and you just you stop that idea. Now, at this point, maybe the idea gets in your head that I'm going to lose with the white pieces and everything's falling apart. And you just want to get those emotions out of your mind. You don't want to get in a position like this where you're already getting that feeling like I'm at a worse position, I'm going to lose, and it ends up being deleterious to your play, or ends up making you make a bad decision because of that. Like we saw yesterday, right? It was just bad decision after bad decision, and it wasn't for specifically chess reasons that they were making them. For sure, it was because something got in their head, or made them rush, made them move fast, made them misevaluate. So I wonder if there's something to that as well.
It's so easy to spiral out in your mind with these thoughts. And these are exactly the demons that we talk about, right? When you are trying to play at this stage, one can only imagine the pressure, one can only imagine the tension. But I feel we feel it all the time, regardless of what stage it is. Playing a game of chess is so much more than just the moves that you see on the board. You're definitely fighting your own battle. And that's why chess lives. And that's why it's a sport, because it is two people playing. It is human emotions. It is about not just playing the best chess that you can, but also being able to bring out the best in you in these clutch moments, in these difficult moments. And when things don't go your way, have the ability to stand back up again and fight it out. And Fabi, I completely get what you're saying. And I think this is the big question, and that's what we were discussing at the start of the game as well, that how much is today a fight in Jan's mind as much it is on the board. And we're seeing this being played out. And I asked you this at the start, that is this something that Ding can perhaps take advantage of? Yes, he's playing with the black pieces, but if he gets these opportunities, is it something that he can try to get ambitious about, despite Ding actually never having won a single game against Jan with the black pieces? And Robert, today we might see that actually happen. It looks like from the start, Jan has been the one who's been in the think. We're seeing a very different Jan. It's Jan before game 12 and Jan after game 12. And these are not the same people. He hasn't been as confident, he hasn't been as fast, he hasn't also been as accurate. And Robert, I don't know what's your take on this, but it's definitely a big battle for Jan to overcome today. And I'm not talking about the chessboard.
Yeah, but I also think we need to give credit to the opponent. So there are times when people just collapse, make inexplicable blunders. They throw away positions that are great. And yesterday was one of those. It felt like Jan kind of beat himself more so than Ding beating him. But a big difference between yesterday's game, for those who may be saying, well, Jan was winning yesterday, but Ding was able to win that game. What about in this one? Jan is worse. Why can't he still win? The big difference is that the nature of the game is different. The complexity is not the same as yesterday. This position is actually quite simplified. Black's king is tucked at home, very safe over there, is protected by a bunch of pieces, whereas in yesterday's games, both kings were in danger. So I feel like Ding Liren, he faced this bishop e3 move. It's maybe new to his play over the board, but maybe he studied it, but regardless, he has reacted perfectly. Every single move has been natural. And we've seen this before, right? When Ding just plays his chess style, he can beat anybody on the planet. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in the last round of the candidates to get here. But when he starts deviating and doing wild things, like in game 2, that's when it can backfire. So I feel like Ding has really found his form to some extent after what has been a very rocky start to the match. Yesterday, the play was dictated by the match score. It's not like Ding wanted to play in that kind of crazy style. He needed a win, so he felt. So he went for it. But I think that Ding really has settled down a lot. And as you're asking, Tanya, after yesterday's result, I do think it has rattled Jan Nepomniachtchi. It does play a part that's undeniable. Psychology plays a huge role in chess between elite players who are separated by very little. Sometimes it's just someone having a bad day or seeing ghosts or worried about time trouble. Whatever it may be, it does impact what is in a very objective game. So, I mean, Fabi can speak this better than we can because he's been in that World Championship arena. He played against Magnus Carlsen. He tied the match in classical chess. It's 6-6. That was the final score of the match before a tiebreak. So, I mean, Fabi, I guess we should really lean on you here for what Jan what his team is telling him, what he's going through. But what he's going through does not seem very fun at the moment.
I can't imagine it is, and I feel like it really is a continuation of yesterday. It just, whatever happened yesterday, it in some way it's continuing today, because um, it felt like yesterday he started to make some superficial decisions that weren't really based on calculation. Um, they were based on some sort of vague idea of I need to bring my pieces to the king side, or rook 8 to g8. They weren't based on I think the concrete nature of the position. And as well, today I feel like we basically kind of, every move that Jan played, we kind of predicted. And I think we predicted it because they were very, very natural moves. d4, this whole f3, and okay, bishop f2. We didn't really predict, but it felt like he's making the most obvious moves, but not ones that go deep into the position. So, for example, that 8 takes b5 moment. Or maybe there was something else instead of f3, which we actually didn't figure out how white is playing that, like the correct way for white to play. So it's not that it was a simple moment, but you kind of play the most natural moves and they lead to a dubious position with the white pieces from the opening. Something went wrong. It's not really, like, of course he can tell that this is not the best position in the world for white. It's clear that black is anywhere from slightly better to significantly better in this position. Certainly white is not playing for an advantage. So I think that part is clear. The question is, like, where did it go wrong? Was it just he made natural moves and led to a bad position? Normally speaking, you should try to avoid that, especially in such a high stakes game. So I really do feel like it was a continuation of some sort of superficial play that we saw happen yesterday. That being said, it's probably a position where if black is not super accurate, white equalizes. That's also very likely. It's if you give white, let's say, the moves queen c2, rook d1, I think already we're okay. White has finished development and probably is equalizing the position. So black is only probably concretely better because after rook to b8, the threat of knight to f4 is very unpleasant to deal with. For example, we were saying queen c2, knight f4, or rook c1, knight f4. But this is not, this is based on the concrete factor that queen g5 is a dangerous threat and probably quite difficult to deal with because you can't play g3 because h3 is hanging and things like this, right? It's not necessarily that that if black makes any move that it's better for black. It's probably only specifically some good moves have to be played here.
Oh, Jan has made his move, and now Ding Liren with over 21-minute think on the clock. Rook b8 is what you're pointing at. The move that looks natural, brings the rook out into the game. All these ideas. Ding is perhaps also considering the direct attack that we were looking at. A very pleasant position. I believe that Ding perhaps was expecting a kind of a shutdown team Ding when they would have sat down. Fabi, in your experience in the World Championship match, for Ding to prepare for today, they were perhaps expecting something solid, something of a shutdown by Jan, simply to take his time to recover, with very little time for recovery. Well, not to go for anything that would create a mess on the board. And now Ding can smell his chances. Ding can feel that this is the best possible outcome in game 13 for him with the black pieces. And of course, he's going to try to find out where he can make the most trouble for Jan currently. But he's going into quite a long think here, Robert. It's over 22 minutes. What do you think is going on in his mind right now?
He's trying to be accurate because, as Fabi said, if you don't play this accurately, then white suddenly will be back in the game. Now, even if white isn't that much worse, it's the type of worse that is nagging, it's unpleasant. You're never going to have chances to win this game unless there is some kind of crazy mistake by Ding Liren. So Jan, he is on the back foot. He will be playing defensively, but Ding recognizes that he needs to find like forward-looking moves, not just rest on his laurels that he has a better position. And he knows he's better. I would say what the engine says. Usually I'm like, the players don't know. It says 0.8 better for black. Both of these two recognize that it's better for black. They probably don't quantify it in this way, but they would agree with that. So yeah, that sounds about right. Because black is having all the fun thanks to these weak squares. And rook b8 seems very, very natural. I'm wondering if Ding is looking at this queen g5 move. As you were pointing out, Tanya, it does look like a very good try to get that queen activated towards the white king, and then you can think about bringing the bishop in and going for sort of checkmating attacks. So Ding has good choices, and the good news for him is after this decision, I do believe that some of the next few decisions will be easier and he'll be able to play them more quickly just because his pieces are free flowing. The action is going to be on his terms, and Jan is the one who's going to have to defend tenaciously in order to maintain this slight advantage and not have it be a huge disadvantage for white.
I think that this match is following the plot of a classic movie. And the movie is Final Destination. So in game 8, Jan was in a life or death situation. And somehow, by a miracle, he survived. Then there was a few quiet games where everything was going well. And then he thought that everything was continuing to go well. But out of the blue, death came for him.
Oh my God.
In that game
Abby.
yesterday. And now he has to find a way to stop death, which is continuing to come for him. And it's going to be very difficult from this position. But I really feel like I'm seeing some correlation between that movie and this match. And who knows, if he manages to stop it, then in the last game he'll be in pretty good shape to get to the playoff. But this is the most dangerous moment in the match for Jan.
Final Destination is my nightmare. It's my horror from childhood. I can't believe that you're correlating it, but I see what you're saying. Well, in that, death was inevitable. But right now, nothing's inevitable. It is up to Jan and up to Ding how precise they play. And speaking of precision, Rook B8 was not the move of choice. It was a move that we were not even looking at, not even on our radar. We had a look at this idea in a different position, with a different rook lift. Rook to e5. Robert, I see the surprise on your face. That's a rook lift that is aiming for an attack. But, I mean, what is this move, rook e5? Fabi, do you approve? Robert, do you approve?
I guess I should go first just because I really was shocked by this move. But I think in part I'm shocked because it's so ambitious. Like, rook e5 is a move that you play when you're going for the win. He could have played rook b8 very simply. He knew that was a good move, but he is trying to go for Jan when he feels like Jan is on shaky ground. So I like the spirit of the move. I'm not sure I love the move just because are the queen and the rook going to fight for the same square? I don't really fully grasp it. That could be part of the problem. So Fabi, I will toss it over to you since Tanya's asking to both of us. Do you like rook e5? It seems both kind of enticing but also strange to be on the square.
Yeah, it's a strange move. It doesn't come to mind immediately. I don't think the idea is rook g5 because rook g5 is just h4 and the rook will be forced to go back. So what's the idea? I guess after, let's say, rook to c1, probably you play rook to c8. So it's not like some concrete threat is connected to rook e5. I think it's just he wanted his rook on e5. And the question is, why would he want it there?
Fabi, are you saying... Fabi, are you saying that rook on e5, the final destination is not the g5 square?
I think it already reached its destination. It might not be the final one, but I don't think it's planning to go anywhere from here, although it may go through some adventures throughout the course of this game. It's like, the thing is, it's a weird move, and then I also do struggle to like come up with a move for white, so obviously rook e5 does have some point. Because the most obvious moves for white, like rook c1, rook c8, are kind of a dead end, at least in terms of like what to do next. The queen really can't go to d2, it gets hit with bishop to b4. If it goes to c2, it gets hit with knight to b4. So the queen is probably staying on that d1 square. I'm thinking like rook to e1 is a very natural move. Maybe not here, maybe on the previous move. It's hard to say. Because it threatens bishop h7, so be careful with that. He plays rook c1 first. After rook c8, would we see rook e1? I mean, I wanted to... to say it's very natural to prepare bishop to h7, or at least to threaten it, but of course black can probably quite easily deal with that move. But the nice thing about having the rook on e1 is that if the bishop ever moves from f2, for whatever reason, then there's no longer knight to e3, so that is some sort of other positional justification of having the rook on e1. It's not just the tactical threat of bishop to h7. But, yeah, I think rook c1, okay, rook c8, what else are you going to do here? That being said, I mean, we didn't predict rook e5, so I'm not going to venture a guess for whether he'll play rook c8 here or not. But it's certainly coming to mind as a very natural choice.
Wow, yeah, Nepomniachtchi with that last move putting pressure on the c4 pawn. A rook c8 is the move that Fabi is expecting on the board to keep everything under control. Rook e5, that mysterious move by the rook. What was the idea? Where it was headed? Well, Ding's got to show us the plan here. He is currently in a think about how to respond after rook c1. And while he takes his time to navigate the calculations, we will go into a short break and be right back.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4. Get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen, right? And after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my god, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Plays F5?
It's losing the spot!
Oh my gosh!
This is complete craziness.
What is this? This is supposed to be a World Championship match.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
It's going to be a thrilling experience for Ding Liren because he was about to be eliminated. Now he has tied this match.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Whose name will be called World Champion? Well, we will know after 2 classical games and a potential tiebreak. Currently, a position which is fire. With the black pieces, Ding Liren has managed to create an edge out of the opening, while Jan Nepomniachtchi has had a shaky start so far. But is he consolidating? We see the eval bar. Well, it does give a slight edge to black's position. Ding Liren back on the board, thinking how he will counter Jan's last move, which was a knight retreat from the center of the board. And now when we left it last, white had made the move rook to c1, attacking c4 as we had predicted. Ding Liren simply sliding with his own rook to c8, a nice developing move, keeping the rook on the c line, defending the c pawn, and also potentially the ideas of the king side attack, the queen jumping into g5, knight jumping into f4. And that perhaps does explain Jan's last move. That knight retreat from the center of the board to e2, it does take control of the f4 square where the black knight was headed, and white also potentially threatening to put another piece on the vacant d4 square. Get that bishop to d4, start asking questions to that rook on e5, which was a slightly awkward, mysterious move, Fabi.
Yeah, rook e5 was mysterious, but there was some idea there, and we may never understand it, but there was an idea behind this move. It's just not one that we could understand unless we were calculating with Ding over the board and getting into his head. And now knight to e2 is very logical because white is preparing some sort of bishop d4, knight c3 ideas. f5 is so critical here. I mean, I just point out that the f5 move is really critical, and probably white will answer with bishop to d4. But I'm not sure if bishop to d4 is a good move. It starts to get very tactically dangerous for white. Because if you take on d5, rook d5, I think it looks unpleasant for white. I mean, somehow the value of bars it just doesn't mind this, but I'm trying to understand why. I guess you put the queen on e1 and it's okay, right? Because queen c2, rook d2 is bad. Queen e1 is forced. Yeah, knight c3. Maybe white does get the dark square blockade, which is enough for equality. And okay, the f5 pawn being there is a bit of a weakness, we have to say. So Ding is definitely going to think this is such a complex position that that being said, yeah, I don't like the rook on e5 just generally. I mean, it's just in the way, right? It's connected to f5, it makes some sense. But if not connected to f5, it's just going to probably get kicked around a bit more. Which is, for example, queen to c7 at some point was natural, but here it could run into bishop g3. But actually, I think queen c7, probably white is not going to play bishop g3. Because then some knight e3 is going to come, maybe queen c5 first, followed by knight to e3. yeah, queen c5 and knight e3 might be super dangerous, or knight e3 immediately. Queen e7 is the move he plays. So unnatural.
Whoa.
You block the bishop on f8. You block the rook from going back. Like, I don't know if it's a bad move, but it's just visually kind of shocking because it's such an unnatural square for the queen.
And it's labeled a mistake, and the evaluation bar is back to the middle. And that's good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi and his many fans out there. And I think we see the idea that if you play bishop d4, I'm immediately sacrificing this rook for the bishop on e4. And my queen that lands on e4 and my bishop on b7 say hello to the king on g1 and the pawn in front of it, just to show that by putting it on the board, that if we get this position, I think black is not unhappy with the developments here. There could be a big problem for the white king, but the engine says white's doing well at this point.
I think knight g3 here is very, like, your queen just ends up getting kicked around a bit more. For example, queen to g6, I guess you go there. Maybe queen to g4, and I continue threatening the trade of queens. And if trade of queens, obviously, white is at least not worse because there's no longer a king safety issue. So bishop d4, it's a question. Yeah, where does he want to put that rook? You can put it back on e6, I think, because bishop f5 is not an option. But there is bishop takes d5, knight f4 ideas. Bishop takes d5, bishop d5, knight f4, rook d6, right? It's kind of forced. And maybe white can't... If white would be in time to take on d5 and queen to f2, probably okay for white. If you could somehow arrange that. Here, you can't break the pin, so it just kind of falls apart. So bishop d4 is... If it allows rook e6 and there's no follow-up, then maybe it doesn't make sense because you're kind of self-pinning. The bishop on d4, black will play rook d8, and you might have just pinned your bishop for like knight rook d8 and knight e3 ideas, right? Some stuff like this starts to look really, really scary. So after queen e7, let's think about what white's options are. For sure, white has
we had a chat suggestion there, Fabi, with the move queen to d4. It was on our featured chat, and I'm just wondering, queen d4, is that an idea in the position? You connect your rooks, and you perhaps want to jump in with your bishop to g3. You've taken care of the threat of knight e3, which is what was stopping the move bishop g3. So it definitely makes some sense.
Yeah, I want to call out our featured chat, but if featured chat is suggesting a move that is the best move in the position, I think we know where that move came from. And yeah, queen d4.
Fabi, we featured your chat when you weren't commentating. So are you saying that you were also using a little engine help?
I have you guys. I don't need the engine.
I'm just saying that, you know, maybe it's a niche now joining the chat. Who was it? Did you see the username?
A niche would never find queen d4.
It's not a niche. Robert, what was that little dig, Fabi, that you had us? Are you saying that our suggestions are so easy to refute that you don't even need an engine for that? Is that what you were saying, Fabi?
No, I meant that I have your guys' suggestions, and because you guys suggest such good moves, I don't need to have the engine telling me what to do. I just you know, I thought it was supposed to be a nice moment. It wasn't.
Okay. But I'm the ruiner. I get it. But I also have just received word from our production staff. Thank you so much for working hard behind the scenes. That there was a crazy line. And this question mark feels a little bit harsh, but now I understand why it's getting that. And black's idea, the one that would have been keeping black with the advantage, super difficult to spot. So queen e8 was a better try. And it actually makes sense because there is no queen d4 with the bishop having access to c5. And after queen e8, if you know, in this type of position, you play a move like rook e1, black plays rook d8. You mentioned this idea, just trying to go after this queen. And after knight to d4 here, you just play bishop b4. You're just coming after white's pieces left and right, and it's just uncomfortable. So that's not really pleasant for white to deal with. And so after queen e8, if you play bishop d4, you're going to love this. The move here is not a rook move. It's knight e3. All right, I don't blame Ding for missing a knight sacrifice, but the point is after bishop takes e3, bishop takes e4 over here, and if you take rook takes, you have a problem down the e-file. You're going to lose a piece back. You've also lost a pawn, so black would be going up material.
Yeah, brilliant tactic there. And in case of after bishop takes e4 in that position, I just wanted to follow up. I think there's a move bishop to d4 here, and I think the reason that black is doing well here, maybe you can sacrifice with bishop d3. In fact, maybe that's the best way. I was also thinking rook d8 might be very strong, but actually bishop d3 looks even stronger now that I look at it.
Wow.
Because bishop takes e5,
Fabi,
queen e5, knight moves.
while you complete your thought, you must complete your thought, but I just want to tell you that in fact Yan did play the move that was suggested by chat, clearly the best move in the position. He decides to go for the move queen to d4, centralizing the queen, taking control of the e3 square. I just wanted to bring your attention to this, but Fabi, please complete the line that you were talking about.
No, I think now this is definitely most relevant. And you know, one of the reasons why queen to e7, I mentioned that it blocks the bishop. And if the queen's on e8, you just play bishop c5 here. And the queen has to go back. You didn't gain anything. So, because you can't take on c4, bishop takes f2 with check, and you win that queen with the discovered attack of the rook. So that's why I think queen e7, like the first issue with the move, the first positional issue, is made clearly relevant with white's response. But it's just like you feel like you don't want to block that bishop because you need it in some variation, and you don't see exactly where, but after queen d4 you start to realize, oh, now I know where I needed to have my bishop active. I needed to play bishop c5 here. And I'm wondering about the move f5 again. I think it's a critical move, but I think the problem is bishop to g3. And I'll just point out that if the queen was anywhere else besides e7, bishop c5 wins the queen again. So it's these sort of details, but something feels wrong with queen e7. Just, yeah, you don't want to block your bishop. And after queen d4, Jan is, he's no longer in trouble, it seems like. He's doing all right.
But why is this even? Like, this f5, bishop g3, the rook's under attack. It can't slide back to e6 as bishop takes d5. Would be a problem. Free piece for white. So why is this still level? This is a pretty wild position.
Let's sack the exchange. I don't know if it works at all. Probably doesn't, but f takes e4. What's going on? Bishop takes e5. And I'm looking at somewhere knight to b4. I don't know if you first take on f3, rook f3, knight b4. But I want to get my knight to d3. I think it's super critical. And knight b4 apparently is not the way. Oh, wait, is there queen g5? I just realized that queen g5, because it attacks, or actually doesn't really attack much, but it threatens bishop c5, so I thought it attacked the rook on c1, but it's defended. So also not a good
nice move, because you're also threatening rook e8, right? It's a double purpose move. Bishop c5, pinning and winning the queen, and also rook e8 taking advantage of the bishop and the knight lined up on the e file.
But it's probably not working out for some reason, which is not so clear. It does make sense. I mean, it could be h4 here as an issue, but it's hard to say if h4 is really the issue. Or wait, isn't maybe rook g3 is quite strong?
Rook g3, bishop c5?
Yeah, rook g3, bishop c5. Maybe that endgame is nice. Rook takes g5, bishop d4, knight d4, hg5, knight f5. Maybe white's not better, but it does feel a bit more pleasant for white. But could also be turned just into equality quite quickly as well. Let's say after the move rook to e8, it actually feels like it's turning into equality. So
I have to say, Fabi, if this was Ding's idea, like to get this kind of wild position, it feels wrong, but also doesn't feel like his style. Like, he could have just sat on the position. Some of his wins in the candidates against Jan Krzysztof Duda, against Hikaru, I've mentioned these before, they were very just precise games in look-like positions where his opponent can and should hold, but he just squeezed until they couldn't handle the pressure anymore. But rook e5, queen e7, and if f5 is played, seems like one of those ideas that can really backfire. So I was just saying earlier, maybe it's a commentator's curse. I was like, oh yeah, there's no way we're going to have a repeat of game 12 with colors reversed. But suddenly I'm a bit worried about Ding's position because f5, that's playing with fire.
But he's not yet down on time too much. He is getting lower on time. f5, I think, is definitely very dangerous because after bishop g3, you have to sack, and we couldn't figure out exactly. we figured out black has to sack, but not exactly in the manner in which black does so. And the thing is, the danger is that, okay, you have 49 minutes, and that's plenty of time, but it's very easy to spend 20 minutes calculating an f5 bishop g3 because it's so complex. And then suddenly you have, you're starting to get into that territory when you're looking at time trouble later in the game. And then your calculations haven't concluded definitively in some sort of clear evaluation. So then you're like, I don't know if I can play this f5 because I can't fully calculate all the ramifications of it. So then you move on to another move, but now you have to spend an additional 10 minutes thinking about that move. And suddenly you're in that kind of time trouble situation. I've been there myself, hesitating between different things to calculate, and suddenly you're facing time trouble. There is one move that I wanted to discuss because it looked like tactically it might be interesting. It's a move queen to e6. With the idea, okay, bishop c5, clear idea. And then the only question is rook takes c4. Can you take this pawn? Otherwise, it might just be a good move. And rook takes c4, queen c4. There was a little tactic here, but I think that the little tactic was knight to f4, but I think it doesn't work out for black. Queen e6, knight takes e2 with check. Taking to h1 probably. You take back on e6, and then, very importantly, the bishop on b7 hangs in the end, and white is up a pawn, 2 bishops, and so on, so it's good for white. But queen e6 was coming to mind as a possible thing to calculate here.
Yan has a direct threat in this position. We've been talking about bishop g3 in case of f5, but the c4 pawn is as well weak. And the more I look at the position, the more I'm struggling to actually find a way for black to defend the pawn. You can't move your knight from d5 to b6. It's hanging, you lose a piece. The c4 pawn is going to fall. The move queen b4 is impossible. The rook on e5 is hanging. And again, it brings up these questions of the last few moves by Ding, placing that queen on the diagonal of the bishop, taking away that c5 square. Is it practically, despite what the eval bar says, practically has Ding created problems for himself? And with rook c4 a big threat, is a move like a5 an option here? Is just a tactical idea, hoping and dreaming that after a5, if you take on c4, I can take on c4, and I still don't see my tactical idea. I was hoping to somehow combine threats of bishop a6, but I don't see it. Is c4 pawn just lost in this position? Does Ding have to play for initiative and compensation now?
I think I see your tactical idea after a5, rook c4.
I'll make it work, Fabi.
Well, I was thinking you take a knight to e3 to combine with Robert's idea. Never mind. Like bishop e3, bishop e4, I was thinking, But the problem might be that fe4, knight e4, or rook e4, knight d4, rook e3, and knight f5. This could end up being a disaster because, this would actually work out for black if knight takes e7 was not with check. For example, if rook to e4 here was a move, and knight takes e7 did not come with check to black's king, then it maybe tactically works out for black and even ends in like a better position. But of course here it's with check, so white is just winning the rook on e3 or the queen. So I guess that is not the justification of a5. I guess we'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
It's crazy in how many of these positions, Robert, having the queen on e7 is a drawback. There are these ideas of the knight actually jumping to f5, even via g3 in some positions where you get hit with that queen on e7. c4 is hanging, so you don't have time for bishop c5. And Ding plays that move, and after queen d4, once again, a long think. Almost touching the 9-minute mark. Do you see what are the options here for black? What do you think Ding is considering right now? Are we going to see an exchange sacrifice?
Oh, goodness. I mean, if he does sacrifice the exchange, he better be certain of it, because it looks really dangerous for both sides, but particularly for black, because when you give material away, if you don't act fast, you're not getting that material back. Bishop g3, and he plays it. I mean, this is some really brave stuff, but it could really backfire at this stage. His whole point is if this bishop leaves, the knight e2 is hanging. That's why bishop g3 is absolutely necessary at this point, but it's an obvious move. And Ding, he's down 17 minutes. We're only on move 24. This position is getting spicy.
Oh, but he's not down to 17 minutes, is he?
No, he's down 17 minutes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I was getting worried for Ding. I mean, if he had 17 minutes, that would be truly scary. But yeah, this is okay, bishop g3, just inviting the concrete position that we were discussing. I think bishop g3 is the only move that comes to mind. as like a logical move. What else? You don't want to take on d5, rook d5, and end up just in a bad position for no reason. So bishop g3, f takes e4, let's say. Bishop
Again,
takes
the
e5 because I
only
think
move.
queen takes e5 endgames might be okay for black, like take and knight
Maybe you
e3,
could,
but
yeah.
or maybe knight to b4 is very tempting as well. Actually, knight to b4 I'm starting to like a bit, because that knight on d3 is such a monster. I mean, that's a beautiful piece. And so I think the critical move is not to trade queens, but to take with the bishop on e5. And here it's like so many options for black. Any moment you can move your queen anywhere. Queen e6, g5. It's like all of these moves are kind of coming to mind. Of course, you can always take on f3, and you can also always play knight to b4. So white has to calculate a lot. Black has to calculate a lot. It's a completely wild position here. Yeah, queen e6 is super logical.
Because you protect c4, because the queen needs to stay in touch with his bishop on e5, so there's no ability to take on c4 because black simply takes back and then wins the bishop at the end. So this is really hectic. This bishop c5 threat is huge, and not only does it threaten to win the queen, this queen is not going to have an easy time staying in touch with the bishop on e5.
The good news for white here is that after you play queen to e4 at some moment, I don't know if maybe first king to h1, bishop c5, and then queen e4, the knight cannot move from d5 because it is pinned to the bishop on b7. So after, for example, king h1, bishop c5, queen e4, I'm not seeing exactly why it's bad for white. I see that the bar is dipping. So
Fabi,
is it just rook to e8?
Instead of the check, was
Wow.
there some rook e8 as well? But just one question, guys. If you keep the king on g1, leave it there. Can you try for a jump after queen e4? You're starting with queen e4, or are you starting with king h1 here?
I was starting with king h1, but I think queen e4 might be better.
But if you start with queen e4, this is the idea that I wanted to bring up. Is there knight c3 in this position? Is that something that white needs to watch out for? With your king on g1, you can't pick up the bishop on b7, right?
Yeah, that wins for black. That's just game over, because if you try to protect that knight on ce2, like keep it protected, you lose a rook on f3. So if you take on b7, you lose 2 pieces in a row, and you end up losing the game. So yeah, queen e4 immediately is dead lost.
I just want to show very quickly, because this is an important tactic. You don't take this rook. Maybe you actually can, but I was going to say you don't take it because rook takes f8 check, but the king can take and run away. The point is that queen takes g7 would be mate, but after king takes queen g7, the king safely escapes to the center, and black is up a rook. So yeah, this would be really a tragedy if white would drop all these pieces, but that just goes to show the complex nature of this position. If we go back in time and Jan did just play bishop g3, we may see all this. F takes e4 is not even forced. You could take with the rook on e4, but he takes
Play it, Robin, on the board immediately. Oh, he takes it with a rook.
Also,
yeah.
Well, this is more of a kind of positional option, because here he has a pawn for the exchange. So it's not based on some tactic. It's just, there's no tactics now. It's just I have a piece and a pawn for the rook, and I have a nice knight, very active knight. So he's counting on that being sufficient compensation. Is it sufficient compensation is another question. Oh, I saw a tactic, but it doesn't work out. I'll just say it anyway. It was queen takes e4, f takes e4, and I was thinking about the move knight to c3 here. Very logical. I think trade of knights is very good for white, but now knight to b4 comes, and I was excited momentarily because I thought rook takes f8, bishop d6 would transition into a kind of simplified version, right? Where the knight on d3 attacks the rook on c1. And if the rook was on b1, I think after bishop takes f8, king f8, white would play b3 and have just basically a winning endgame. But with the rook on c1, you lose it. Bishop f8, knight c1, black is just a pawn up. Probably still a draw, but not worse. So you can't take on f8. But it's clear white is the one pressing for an advantage now. It's not black anymore.
Well, so you have to take on e4, right? So this is essentially the position that you're talking about. And white does have the edge, both according to you, the engine, and, well, you have a rook for a bishop and a pawn. So the rook is more valuable in terms of points. but look at how strong this knight is and how much stronger it's about to get. I could see this being a position where black just holds because all of the minor pieces are in great squares. But yeah, of course, black at this point now is the side that needs to make the draw when it becomes available.
Yeah, for sure.
Can
I'm
Yan
looking at
actually
some
start
other.
getting ambitious in this endgame with these trades that are happening, bringing that rook to the D line? Is this a position? And we see Yan go for it. Queen e4, fe4. We're going to see what his follow up is. Knight c3 is a move that you recommended. More trades, the better it is for white.
I don't recommend the move. I just it looked like an interesting move, but I think that knight c3 after knight b4 black is doing all right. So I wouldn't say it's the right choice for white.
So knight c3 is out. Well, he has to find another move then. Rook d1 is one that comes to my mind. But how much compensation is this for the exchange? It almost looks like Ding's last few moves. This is the idea he had in mind. Putting that queen on e7, playing f5. He wanted to sacrifice the exchange on e4, which would explain the moves that preceded it, which were a bit mysterious to us, right? Rook e5, where's that rook headed? Queen e7, why block your own bishop? And Ding showing us the idea, showing us the way. But it just looks like after this whole sequence of trades that we've seen, it seems to favor Yan. Can Yan start getting ambitious now in this endgame? Well, don't play knight c3, but with other options.
Yeah, I think Yan can get ambitious. I actually think that Ding didn't go into this as like a long-term plan. I think he missed queen d4, and then at that point he was like, okay, I got into this mess, so now I need to play f5 and sack the exchange, and probably it's still fine for black, and it may very well be fine for black. But I think that he missed queen d4 entirely because he was better. I think he knew that, and now he's not better for sure. Like he might not be worse, but he's not going to be better in this endgame because even if somehow black wins the exchange back, white wins a pawn, we'll probably see an equal position in that case.
Bobby, can I ask you a point of clarification really quickly? Do you think he missed queen d4 or bishop g3 in response to f5 from a distance?
I think probably queen d4 because you're already you're thinking when you calculate f5, like you don't end your calculations with f5 just because you might actually, it's possible to end your calculations with f5, but you feel a bit worried that, I'm opening the position, some tactics might be available. It's hard to say, of course, exactly what his thought process was, but certainly something went a little bit wrong when he was playing queen e7, because it felt wrong, and ended up being most likely something that spoiled a bit of his advantage and gave perhaps Jan a bit of advantage as well. And now we have an interesting endgame. I still think that it's very likely that black is doing all right here, but white can definitely try. Like knight to f4 is logical, I think, but it's probably went with knight to e3 followed by knight to f5, and that's actually extremely annoying for white to deal with. And I was thinking about this bishop to e5 move just to be able to respond to bishop c5 with bishop to d4, but it's hard to say if after bishop e5 there's knight to b4. So this is a big decision. Very very unclear how white's best path is to proceed here.
To try and counter your idea of knight b4, can he try to activate his rook already, put it to d1, so that at least knight b4 can be met by rook d7? And I see I can't start with the c rook to d1, because then you have knight e3, which looks like something you want to avoid. So rook fd1, knight b4, rook d7, try and get that other rook to the f file, double up on the 7th rank. Are these ideas that perhaps white can be looking at in this endgame?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the point is bishop c6, rook c7. It's probably important to play rook c7 here, because the rook has nowhere else to go. Rook a7 would allow bishop c5. So this could be interesting. Rook, wait, let's go back. Rook fd1. It's not the first move that came to mind to me because I felt like the rook is vulnerable there, but it could be. What if we play? I don't like knight to b4, but what if? Wait, can we attack the rook? Bishop c5, bishop to e3.
Let's try it. So bishop c5. I have to move the king. I don't want to play bishop f2 because that just invites e3 on the board. So kind of want to avoid that. Let's sidestep with the king to h2.
Yeah, and bishop to e3. Are you just going back to a1? Is that the...
I wish I had seen this far, Fabi. If I'd calculated this far, then my life would be very, very different currently. Bishop e3. All I know is that I have to move the rook. Rook c2, knight b4, rook c3 is still an option?
But knight d3, and how are you playing b3 here?
No, I'm not liking the position already.
It could be good after b3. The knight on d3 is obviously extremely active, but if white's getting the rooks active, like that's definitely a big factor of the position if you can get those rooks active. And just a little tactic here, like c takes b3, rook takes b3. Don't play bishop to d5. It might be tempting, but it loses on the spot. You can take either way on d3,
nice.
and one of those bishops is lost. It's kind of unfair because if the bishops weren't lost, black would be much better, most likely. But since the bishops are lost, you can resign.
Chess is unfair. Life is unfair.
Yeah, sometimes chess is definitely unfair.
Well, I feel like right now, Ding Liren's looking at this game and like, this is unfair. I had the advantage. How did it all go so wrong so quickly? And this is a position where white is better, but the problem for Jan, I think we should take the broader strokes approach to this position. If these pawns come off the board, black's not losing this game. So if the queenside pawns come off the board, even with a trade of rooks, then black is saying, all right, I'll just defend and it won't be too difficult. I'll hold a draw. So what white wants, as you were showing in that line with rook coming up to d7 and c7, is you would like to trade a pair of rooks. That would actually help white's winning chances because c4, at least for the time being, can only be defended by this rook on c8. So if these rooks could come off the board, white would be very, very happy about that, would not be risking anything in his own position, and would be able to attack black's vulnerabilities. So I think we should just talk in terms of what pieces do we want to trade. And I think I'm going to just throw this over to you two. What trades does black really want to avoid besides rook trade?
I think the knight trades, as you pointed out, right? Knight c3, if you don't have knight b4, that's a very happy trade for white. Get rid of the knight, start attacking the weak pawns, the more minor pieces that get traded. I think any trade except pawn trades is actually good for white here.
I think also pawn trades is good for white. I think you want to keep everything on the board. And I think one of the two factors in this position which are really relevant are the rook's activity. And that's why your rook f to d1 move is probably an extremely good one, because we want to get that rook active, and especially onto 7th rank. And if it results in a trade of rooks, that's good, because we have two rooks and not enough squares for them. White is dealing a bit with a space disadvantage. And the space disadvantage is purely because of the c4 and b2 pawn kind of standoff. If those pawns get traded, he does play the correct move, rook f to d1. I was going to say, if those pawns c4 and b2 get traded, then white's rooks become active, and the b2 pawn no longer is a weakness. So the c4 and b2 pawns, if white could get those off the board immediately, that would be a really, really nice thing for him to achieve. And now it's a question, because we saw bishop c5 e3 as an idea, we saw knight b4 as a possibility, but it's not obvious which move is the correct one.
Quick question,
I'm just going to enjoy this moment, because for the first time in the World Championship match, Jan has played a move that I suggested. Rook d1 on the board. I'm taking that in and enjoying this rook d7. Really nice ideas there shown by Fabi, that it's not just about getting the rook on the 7th rank, but a potential offer of a trade, Robert, that you were also mentioning with rook c7. The more pieces that get off the board, the better it will be for white to try and create these chances in this materially imbalanced endgame that we have. Well, though queens are off the board, fire is still on in this one. And while Ding has a think how to counter this move, rook to d1, where does he build his initiative? We have him on our screen. He's going to take his while. We will take this time to go into a short break, and we'll be back with Ding's decision.
Hi, I'm Gotham Chess, and this is the Chess Kid Chessboard Challenge. I gotta just stab myself. Ah! I take two at the same time? Okay, they'll just edit that out. I think the world record is like 35 seconds or something. Yeah. I still know how to do this. Did I just get a world record? That was like 32 seconds.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
just 2 games remaining in the World Championship match. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren have to bring in the precision and the accuracy. But the current position that we are seeing in Game 13 is one that is highly treacherous, so easy to go wrong. And we see that Ding, when we left him last, in fact, did take the decision to jump with his knight to b4. And this allows Jan to penetrate with the rook all the way to the 7th rank. Rook to d7. I also see the eval bar say that white's the one in driving seat now. Has the momentum shifted towards white with this rook getting in? Rook c7, a big threat on the board. The c4 pawn, a potential weakness. And if that falls, we can envision a collapse in black's position. Is Ding in trouble here?
I don't think he's in trouble necessarily. I mean, he knows the details of this position. He understands he is going to be the one fighting for a draw. But for now, at least, he seems to be able to withstand the pressure. But this can't be what he was expecting. He had a clear advantage, no risk whatsoever. This is the worst possible scenario for him. The roles have reversed completely. This is what he had hoped to do to Jan, and now Jan gets to do it to him. He's like, I get to play for a win. I have no losing chances, really. And yeah, I don't think that Ding Liren is going to be too thrilled. He looks pretty stoic at the board, but suddenly he's the one who needs to defend accurately.
He gives a check, which is kind of suggesting white should play king to h2, because king to f1 would probably potentially lose after rook to f8, so you don't want to go to center. Very often in the endgame you do want to go to center, just not when it gets you mated. And so so king to h2 is probably the right response. And what is his follow-up? Like bishop c6 is the most natural follow-up, but is that what he wants? Probably he does, right?
Rook c7,
Rook
as we were looking
c7
at.
looks forced. Trade rooks there.
Also, let's point out, Fabi, that if you don't trade rooks, bishop e5 is also a threat that you have to deal with. And you don't want white to start putting pressure on the g7 pawn, besides, of course, the c4 pawn hanging as well.
Yeah, and also, concretely, c4 is hanging, so black really has to deal with that c pawn hanging. And so wait, okay, he went to h2. Yeah, that looks normal. So bishop c6, do we expect that, or can black play bishop d5? The issue with bishop d5, as you mentioned, is bishop to e5 is starting to look very dangerous, along with maybe even knight to f4. So I think bishop d5 is too dangerous to play, unless there's something super concrete, but I don't see it. So bishop c6, kind of most natural. Rook c7 forced. Trading is forced. And now issues with your c-pawn. How do you defend that? Yeah, bishop d5. Do you really want to?
I'd say I want to, but you asked me a question. How do I defend it? So I, figure out a way.
That's fair. It does defend it. Wait, what if concrete knight d3, rook c4, bishop d5? So wait, how is this? Yeah, because the rook doesn't have so many squares. Rook c2, bishop b3, and now rook c3. Bishop d1, and now knight c1. Is that how it... Bishop d1, c1. It's still very complex. It's on knight c1. Or maybe just knight g3. Maybe that's just simple. Yeah, knight g3. It all falls apart for black. Yeah, that's not working out at all, because bishop attacks the rook somewhere. And actually, bishop b4, it's still... Bishop d4, rook c4 is game over, so bishop b4, rook c4, e3, rook e4 maybe. But yeah, it's still some calculation to be done here. Probably wins for white, though. Oh man, Ding is taking a lot of risks here with this play.
Bishop c6 on the board, hitting the rook. So we're expecting Jan to offer the rook trade, just weakening black's pawns even more. Fabi, you're saying Ding's taking a lot of risk, and it all comes down to that position with queen d4 that Jan played, which forced this sacrifice on e4 by Ding and this endgame. Once again, Robert, it does remind me of that game 7 that we were talking about, where an exchange sacrifice, but then it was so hard to follow up from there, even though the exchange sacrifice itself objectively was fine.
Yeah, this reminds me of the yesterday's game too, because yesterday Jan looked like he had the upper hand. No, I mean, he had some risk because his king was open, but it seemed like he was in control. And this game, it looked like Ding Liren could do no wrong. He had a great position, and suddenly he's the one who needs to defend. So the rook trade is going to happen right now. That much is clear. And I think based on the variations we are looking at, that after the trade of rooks, this bishop has to go to d5, and it may not be an easy way to hold the draw, but black's pawns, split as they are going to be defended by the pieces, and this knight eventually will go into d3. I think that black has sufficient activity to hold this game, but Jan can press it, and he will do so because this is his last game with the white pieces in classical chess.
Yeah, I think that that bishop e5 is definitely the right move. And I think it is quite important that after bishop d5, if white makes the very natural move, knight to c3, which might also be the best move, then black needs to start with knight d3. Because if you play bishop c6 back, then I think knight takes e4 is winning. Bishop e4, rook c4, and we saw something similar in another variation. One of the bishops gets lost. But after knight c3, there's this intermediate knight to d3.
Sorry, they did capture, so we will see this.
Did capture,
so
yeah.
Knight
Bishop
c3,
d5,
knight d3.
And let's say rook to, it can go in many places. Let's say rook c2 to defend b2 to keep the e pawn under check. And now black drops the bishop back to c6, and knight takes e4 is no longer a working tactic. And the knight on d3 might give enough compensation to draw the game. Of course, black is only trying to draw the game, no more, but the knight on d3 is such a beautiful piece. I mean, you can't get rid of it. Attacking the b2 pawn. You know, if white goes back knight e2, actually at this point it would allow bishop takes a4, which is not what white wants, I guess. But also bishop d5 would transpose. So yeah, it's
not easy. Still not easy for Jan to break and to break black's defenses in this position in the center. We see the rooks being traded off with that bishop coming to d5. For Jan, the task is clear. He wants to try to trade off pieces. Wants to just destabilize black's minor pieces in this position. And I want to ask you at this point: is this endgame closer to a Jan win or closer to a Ding hold?
I'll say closer to a draw for sure.
Hmm.
It's the only reason that it's not a success for Ding is because he had a good position, so he shouldn't be trying to fight for a draw in this game. I mean, he had a nice position from the opening, no pressure on him at all. So he really should have been playing for an advantage at this stage in the game, not in a position where white obviously has no risk because, I mean, the only reason black is alive is because it's knight on d3. The other factors, the potential weak pawns and the bishops that are kind of awkwardly placed on d5 and c5 getting kicked around, it's only because black has this beautiful knight tying everything together on d3 that black is in fact staying alive in this game. And like white can even consider the move b3 here. I think that b3, again, knight d3 is very important. And in that case, white could take on c4, but obviously that's not like b takes c4, b c4, knight c1, and knight e2 picks up the knight. So again, this knight on d3 is keeping it all together for black.
It's amazing because it's very, very close. Black's kind of living on the edge here. And one other thing we should mention is this pawn on e4. At some point, it can go up to e3 and tie white's pieces down. So that pawn could be used as part of the defensive path forward. And I think for Ding Liren, he must know that he should be able to hold this. But of course, he's going to be unhappy. It's not fun to defend. Maybe he'll have to defend for hours. And considering he should have been the one pressing, he's going to be kicking himself. But it's important to buckle down. It's really essential that he doesn't think about what was happening 15 moves ago or 10 moves ago or however many moves it was at this point. But he just needs to look at this position and say, I have a bishop and one pawn for a rook. I am down a little bit of material, but my activity is sufficient to hold the balance here. So I do think that Ding tends to be quite objective, and his pieces will be connected and will, I think, hold him this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not seeing obvious moves for white. That's the main reason why I think that black is probably most likely going to draw this game is because we saw knight c3 as the most natural move. It didn't seem to be leading to anything special for white. Besides that, like, how are you dealing with the knight d3 threat? It's not clear. So maybe a move like bishop to a5 is good, but it's not an obvious move, and not obvious why it's good even after I suggested. I was just thinking the bishop on c3 is a very nice square for the bishop. And for example, bishop a5, knight d3, I'm not sure where to put the rook. I was thinking maybe rook c2 to basically not allow bishop c6 to keep the c4 pawn under check. But here, I like your idea, Robert. e3. Let's just let's advance that pawn. I don't see how it's becoming a weakness. Black's pieces are looking really, really nice, and probably holding the balance in positions like this.
Looks good. It really does. I mean, the pieces are doing their job for black. The bishop on d5 covers the c4 pawn. There's an e3 passer, which will keep some of white's pieces tied down. And there just isn't enough material remaining. I think that's one of the key issues here for Jan. He wants to win this game. He wants to crack black's defense. But he just doesn't have the pieces to do it. Like, even if you bring your knight forward with knight f4, hoping to get this bishop out of there, you still have knight d3, because white cannot afford to capture this knight on d3, as that will give black connected pawn a passer, and black then may actually be able to play for a win, which is surprising. But given how these last few games have gone, I think that we should expect to be surprised.
Yeah, just to go in that line, I thought it was a bit fun, this knight f4, knight d3. If white takes on d3, starts to play with a lot of risk here. E takes d3. And the threat is like bishop d4, attacking those pawns. Maybe bishop to a5. But I'm worried, like, for example, bishop to e3 here, maybe. And I guess it's just equal. But I was thinking if black can get bishop c6, bishop takes a4, then maybe that d pawn is starting to inch towards the promotion square. But I guess it's probably equal with a number of moves in this position.
And Jan chooses a different direction for the knight. So instead of jumping in with f4, which perhaps would have allowed these ideas, he decides to bring the knight to c3, attacking the bishop to d5. But of course, Ding will ignore that, and he doesn't take any time at all. He goes ahead with the idea of jumping in with his own knight to d3. I'm really liking the time management that Ding has showed in this game. And I think a lot of it has to do with the confidence that he has now that the match is equalized. Knight d3 on the board. You don't have time to pick up the d5 bishop. So expecting the rook to slide down all the way to f1?
Could be. Well, the thing is, rook f1, bishop c6, how are you dealing with the threat to your b2 pawn as well?
There's also rook f1, e3. You're not really threatening to win my bishop, because I'm going to go e2. If you take, thank you very much. My pawn's about to promote.
Yeah, and
that's brutal.
Here white is still doing fine because black gains rook back, but white was up a rook. And if white's king were more active, I could see this getting better for white. But here, the weakness of the b2 pawn, knight d3 coming. Still, knight to b6, we have to continue this line a little bit, I think. Because knight c4 is a threat, so probably bishop takes b6. Bishop b6, knight d3, bishop d4. And I really, if white's king was on...
Mouse slip, sorry.
If white's king was on f3 here, I think we might be talking about a really bad endgame for black. Because king e4, d5, and... So this is actually something that black would have to consider, because if white's king gets there in time, black could lose this. These are potentially risky endgames. If black's king gets to d5 in time, though, or e4 in time, then maybe black is even better. So it's one of those plays rook c2. We kind of called this variation earlier on as one of the natural ways to play.
Avoiding all those lines with rook f1 giving up the b2 pawn. So Jan keeping everything under control. Rook c2 played. But the big question is, can white actually break through black's resistance in the center? And we can see with the piece activities, the two pawns on c4 and e4, the idea that perhaps what looking at is putting pressure on that e4 pawn. It's a line that we've looked at with rook e2. But with ideas of e3, that pawn indeed will be safe. And Ding as well, responding with confidence quickly. Bishop c6 falls back. So he is eyeing that a4 pawn, currently defended by the knight on c3. Rook e2, will that be met by e3?
Oh, I see a move I like. I just wanted to mention it because rook e2 is... yeah, rook e2 could be a good move, but I am a bit worried that the rook starts to get kick back and forth with knight c1 at some moment and knight d3 and back. But I really like the move a5. I just spotted the idea, and I want to put the bishop on b6 because I really want to have access to that diagonal. And for example, e3 now, bishop to b6. Trade of bishops is good, especially if it comes with the bishop with the pawn on b6 as a pass pawn. And otherwise, the e3 pawn might fall. So e3 is probably not a good move, just because now bishop d6, king g1, the e3 pawn is likely to drop off the board. So a5, I'm starting to actually like this move quite a bit. How does black respond here? If not e3, it's not easy. King f7, you could always do that, of course, but then bishop b6, bishop d6, king g1. We stopped e3. That was the first task. We stop e3, and then maybe it's nothing anyway. Maybe bishop e5 has the idea of knight takes b2. But I like the bishop on b6. It's definitely an option to consider for Jan.
It's a very nice idea. To offer trades, take the most important diagonal in the position, stop the threat of e3. After a5, can black try to insist on getting that e-pawn rolling? A move like bishop f2. I want to respond bishop b6 with e3. Does that help?
Knight to d1, how's this going?
Not very good, apparently.
Oh, boy, there might be knight e1 tactics in these positions. You have to look out for that as well. So bishop a4.
Oh, yeah, bishop a4. That's because knight e1, I thought rook e2 was the g2 pawn doesn't matter, but bishop a4 is completely fine, if not better for black already.
a5 on the board, Fabi. Great call by you there. a5 has been played.
Yeah, so we might see this. We might see this bishop f2. It's an option. I like it. I mean, the bishop on f2, pawn on e3 is a very annoying combination for white to deal with. But on the other hand, it might also, you're kind of scared, right? That you just lose that e3 pawn.
Yeah, you're putting on a dark square. White has a dark square bishop. Also, even when you get this far, you're not going anywhere from there. At least that's not apparent. So it could be a bit of an awkward configuration. I think king f7 feels sensible. You're bringing your king, using as a weapon in the endgame. It's not going to be checkmated. So why don't you just march it up towards a square like e6? I don't see how that could be bad either, because bishop b6, great. You're controlling the e3 square, stopping that pawn from going, but I can bring my king up to e6, switch my bishop's diagonal to d6, and then where is white's progress after all that? Your a5 pawn can be targeted by my dark square bishop if your bishop is to reroute somewhere like e3.
Yeah, this is such a tense position. It's so difficult to play because on each move you have 5 different logical options, right? You can always and very often you have to keep on the lookout for tactics involving either the e-pawn pushing or sometimes knight takes e4 stuff, things like that. Doesn't work in this specific position, but in a position where you have to deal with kind of non-concrete moves and also some very concrete tactics, that's the most difficult type of position to play. On the other hand, I don't feel like for white the stakes are too high in this position. Like I don't see white risking. So even if he's not playing super accurately, I don't think white will end up in a worse position. But for black, it could end up a bit risky if he's not finding the most accurate approach here.
Fabi, if you had to pick a side to play this position from, would you pick white or black?
White?
Yeah. I'm going to go with Robert's answer as well.
I'm up in exchange. I don't really see any way to lose. Even if I blunder, I probably can give my rook back for a minor piece and a pawn, so I wouldn't be too worried. But yeah, I think that your earlier question, is this closer to a draw or to a chance for Jan to win? Even though the eval bar, it's moving a little bit, I still think in most of these positions it's going to be closer to a draw until I see some form of progress from Jan.
But king f7, your move has been played. And once that pawn gets to e3, I will ask this question again. Just putting it out there.
And if it never gets to e3?
Then I'll just let it be. I'll let it slide. But I get it. You want to be white. It looks like the kind of position where, at least for now, white is playing for 2 results.
I think that there is one scenario where I'd rather be black, and that's probably in like a blitz game. I just feel like black's moves are a bit more natural, like you can bring the king to the center, so I think those moves could be made a tempo, while I mean, this isn't really relevant for a classical game where both players are over 30 minutes and they have plenty of time to potentially think. But if we're down to seconds, maybe I prefer black. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised to take black. And in the time scramble, I just like start losing my pawns. First I lose the C pawn, then the E pawn, then the A pawn, and then I start to regret my life choices as I'm looking at no pawns left on the board. But yeah, I think Ding is probably a very heavy favorite to hold this position, even though he is on the back foot.
I just don't see that many ideas for white. So if we think about it, the rook on c2, it's kind of dominated by black's pieces. The knight on d3 makes sure the rook doesn't get anywhere too active. The rook e2 does come to mind in some positions, but the b2 pawn is also loose. So you have to watch out, because if b2 is lost, then the c pawn becomes a passer. And there are many trades that can occur that would leave black with good chances to hold. But what you don't want is to see these bishops come off the board. I think if those bishops are off the board, then black is in huge trouble.
And the other problem in white's position here is that you can just never get rid of that knight on d3. That's the big trump for black, right? The only piece that can offer a trade there is white's knight. And you can imagine it getting to c1 or getting to f4, but you never really want to capture on d3, simply because that transforms black's position to an even more preferable one, with one of the pawns landing there instead of the knight. And with a pawn that far advanced, it's not an endgame that you want to aim for. And as long as this knight stays on d3, it is a very dominating piece. It kind of really restricts down white's rook, as well as the bishop activity. Just hard to find a break here. Fabi, I'm still thinking about trying to offer a trade for that knight, but it kind of doesn't lead anywhere, especially because I can't capture it on d3.
Yeah, the only way that you could offer a trade would be by maneuvering your knight from c3 to, for example, e2 to f4. But we saw in a similar position that you would almost never want to take on d3, most likely. And also specifically here, let's say bishop, I'm not sure if the bishop goes to d5.
Because then knight f4 comes in, right? Knight f4, you're hitting that bishop on d5, and it might force black actually to trade the knights that we're talking about. Because you don't have bishop e6, you lose the c4 pawn.
Yeah, this knight e2 is a very timely moment for knight. I'm wondering why, what changed? Because the king is on f7, the bishop can't go back to f7. This is the only difference, right? So if the bishop goes to b5 instead of d5, does that lead to some kind of knight g3 potentially? Or is knight g3, probably you don't want to do that, right? But maybe you do.
Well, this is a bad square. So actually, at some point with bishop b6, if you give this check, wherever my king goes, I'm going to go knight d4, and you can't keep your bishop on b5 anymore because I'm threatening to take it and get a passed pawn.
Yeah, that looks really good. The bishop on b5 is stuck there. It needs to defend the pawn, but it also needs to move in some cases. So knight e2 is actually quite dangerous. Maybe king f7 was a dubious move for this reason.
That's amazing, because it's such a natural move. You're just trying to bring your king to e6. Of course that makes sense, but knight e2 to f4, does that mean that black should have preempted it with a move like g5? But that has its own risk. You don't really want to push your pawns forward, because then your base pawns become more vulnerable at some point. So yeah, g5 was there, but I just have a question. Knight e2, bishop d5, knight f4. You get what you want. I'm going to take here. How does white win this position?
Oh, b3 is not good. I mean, b3 would be the answer to that question. But c takes b3, rook c5, b2. Wait, we made a mistake? Or what? How is white?
Rook c1.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what was why was the value bar shifting? Does black have something better here?
King f... I don't know.
Bishop d6, bishop d6, cb3.
Okay, that is so
No, that's
sick.
the answer. That's the answer.
Wait,
yeah.
Wait, after bishop d6, can I take on c4?
Oh.
I'll show your line before I ruin all the fun. Bobby's point is that their bishop takes d6, pawn takes b3, suddenly hits the rook, and you just get the bishop. The bishop on d5 defends this passed pawn, and so you'll just scoop up the bishop and bring your king in to win the game. But my counter was that their pawn takes c4, bishop f4 is check. If you didn't have g3 hitting both bishops at the same time, black would be winning, but here it still says the game is in the balance, so it should be a hold.
Yeah, this is holding, but I see the answer, and it's kind of shocking to me. It's g5. And the point is a bc4, gf4, cd5, king d5. At first I was like, well, okay, what's so special? White's king is trapped. It can't escape.
Wow.
I mean, this is amazing stuff, right? A domination of the king. And you can even play e3, and the king still cannot escape because of e2. Although maybe, yeah.
Show that if e3, you try to get the king over, you just need to get your king to e2, but then there's an e2 check.
And the king and pawn on d is winning. It's still something to calculate. King f2 and king b4. And black will be faster with the pawns. After king f3, king b4, king f4, a5, and so on.
Right, I'll just end the variation so for everybody at home, because it's actually reasonably close at this point. A2,
White is
G6.
only 2 moves away. It's pretty close.
But it's always fun to get this far in analysis. Be like, wow, they're doing some crazy stuff. Like, what? This is all forced. Nothing else should change in this game. This is what's going to happen.
Well, we actually haven't done a good job of predicting most of the moves that they've played, I think. From besides that rook e5, queen e7 stuff, which I think you would have to be Nostradamus to predict those moves. But yeah, knight e2 is interesting for sure. What was that line? Let's go back to that. Let's try to figure out after knight e2 how it's going. Bishop d5, knight f4. You should probably take. I think so. And now king
at this point
e6.
you have to, right? Because you're going to lose a pawn otherwise. So
you have knight b4, but knight b4 probably rook just drops somewhere. Yeah, and king e6 here looks normal. So b3 didn't work out, but what is the correct way for white to play? Of course, it's beautiful. You have no risk. Even like for white's point of view, without knights, you got rid of that beautiful knight. You can play rook e2, for example. I think basically white plays without risk in this position.
Wait, what's the plan for white? Exactly.
Bishop e3, bring the king back into the game, and then slowly you'll take control of the dark squares somehow.
So if I just wait, you're going to
bishop e3.
Okay. Bishop e3. I was going to go bishop b4 or something like this.
Bishop b6.
E5. Yeah, I just don't see how white wins this. I don't think you're saying white is winning, but
no, but we have to take it one move at a time.
Well, Jan decides another approach here. Knight e2 would have forced the trades, but instead he decides to place another piece on e2, rook e2, so his idea is clear. He is eyeing the e4 pawn, but the b2 pawn is hanging. Is knight e4 a real threat in the position? Can you actually afford to give that b2 pawn? And if it is e3 the only response?
I think yes, it is a threat for sure. Knight c1 is also a response, but I don't know if it's a good one. e3 we were considering this line, right? Or wasn't in this position, were we?
No, I don't think it was here because bishop b6.
What are the chances of a repetition here with knight
yeah,
c1,
bishop
knight
b6
d3?
is crushing.
Do you think that might happen or no chance at all?
It's a non-zero chance. That's
a
an easy way of
non-answer,
saying,
Fabi.
Yeah, that's an easy way of saying nothing, right?
That is a non-answer. Well, we've got knight c1 on the board, so not e3, not the committal pawn push move. And now we're going to find out if Jan wants to come back with the rook to e1. The knight will jump back to d3. Yes, you can give a check on f1, but the b2 pawn is weak. In fact, is there an actual way to avoid the repetition at this moment?
Well, we see a question mark on our screen, but this is not clear exactly why, so I guess we should be able to figure this out, right?
But it's not a blunder, right? This is just a move that made the position worse, right? But it wasn't a blunder. It wasn't that big of a deal because it still only says 0.7 for white. So that means black had a better move that probably allowed Ding to draw without issue. But this move is a slight misstep. Let's call it that because it looks like a very good one to our eyes.
Is knight takes e4 dangerous here?
I highly doubt it. Takes.
Knight c5, bishop b5, and bishop to e5. I was wondering if this position could be pressed a bit. Yeah, knight c1 and knight to e4, I was thinking.
You want to do some kind of check business here?
Yeah, but you also have bishop c6 here. I was hoping that if I get my king in the game, then the pawn structure is a bit better for white, but probably white doesn't have time to get the king in the game.
Right. And just to finish this variation, you think you're winning a pawn, but you're getting yourself in some trouble as well because your bishop and knight are under attack, and you may think you're defending your bishop, but I can just even keep moving my king forward, and the best... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say maybe king d5. Or is bishop d5 the right response here?
Yes. Oh.
Because white can also start taking pawns, bishop g7, bishop h6. Probably
You might have to.
Probably a draw, right?
You have to, because where else do you go? If you play bishop here, my knight attacks your bishop. So you have to take and here, and white still makes a draw, but that's not what you want, given the starting point.
No, not at all.
Yeah. But well, right now there's a big question on the board. Knight c1 has been played. The rook is attacked. If you fall back with the rook to e1, the knight jumps back to d3, attacking that rook on e1 and the pawn on b2. You don't have a better option than to repeat at that moment. But I think this is the critical point where Jan needs to decide how much does he want to push in this endgame. Because he does have the option to actually just slide back with the rook to c2, hit that knight, repeat the position that we just had, and then Fabi, the other plan that we were looking at of actually forcing a knight trade on f4. Whether it will be enough or not, that's a big question, but at least it's progress by white to get that trade in. Rook c2, knight falling back to d3 will be forced, and then once again, Jan can reset this position to get that knight to e2 and f4. But right now he's having a think. If rook e1, knight d3, the rook has to jump back to e2. That is a big potential for a repetition. And Fabi, you were saying a non-zero chance. I think that's pretty accurate because it could actually be anything depending on how much Jan wants to play this right now.
I think we could see a repetition unless he sees this rook c2, knight d3, knight e2 idea, but it's much easier to see it when you're in that position than when you're not in the position. So at this point, he might not even be considering rook c2 anymore. That might be off his, let's say, menu, right? Because he's already been there and he decided not to go to that. He decided to go to another position. Like, I already forgot that was an option. I was thinking, okay, rook e1, knight d3, and something, not rook c2, knight d3, and something.
Moment
he
of
looked
truth.
up at Ding. Yeah, he's going to make a draw. So the repetition looks likely the way he looked over at Ding, like, all right, it's a half point here. And he moved away because Ding is thinking. But you know what's interesting about Ding thinking is that we saw the question mark appear. And probably overly harsh given the nature of the position. But that means there's a better move for black, and e4 is hanging, and I don't really like the look of allowing knight takes e4, bishop e4, rook e4 without getting something in return. So is it king e6? Like just activating my king really quickly just to put this in? The eval bar didn't hate it, and the point is that once I get king d5, now b2 is under threat. You can defend that, but I bring my bishop in, and suddenly black is the one who's kind of playing for a win because I get a pass pawn.
That's a scary pawn, supported by that knight on d3, which remains the best piece in the position, even better than white's rook, to be honest. I mean, just such a beautiful knight. King e6, I mean, will Ding start to get ambitious in a position where Jan has already shown his intention is to draw, but after knight c1, he still would have time to go back to rook c2 with a better position. Yeah, king e6, it's an unexpected resource. And if white shouldn't take on e4, white does not have like obvious moves here. Okay, bishop b6 maybe comes to mind. Bishop d6, king g1. Okay, this still feels fairly safe for white. But there's bishop to e5 here with similar ideas, right?
This looks worrisome all of a sudden. Like this is the type of position where things start to go wrong and suddenly black is the one playing for a win.
Then maybe king e6 is a beautiful practical decision.
That's going to be super brave by Ding. If he plays king e6, down an exchange with the black pieces, game 13, continuing at this point where Jan has clearly hinted that he's happy to take a repetition. He even looked at Ding when he played the move rook e1, rook e2, but then he got up and left when he suddenly saw Ding pause before repeating it with knight c1. King e6, moment of truth for Ding here. Will he try and get ambitious in this, guys? My feeling here would be that Ding's gonna go with knight c1. I mean, king e6 just feels like so much at stake at this moment. So much on the line for these two right now to try this position.
What I really appreciate is that Ding's not taking it for granted, because a lot of us, we would just make knight c1, assume that Jan is going to make the draw, but then when Jan decides to play his rook to c2, you have to continue to hold this game. So I actually really applaud Ding for not just making a rash decision, and assumptions are bad in chess. You have to calculate, and that's what he's doing right now.
And isn't that what we saw happen in the WR Masters? Sorry, Fabi. Isn't that what we saw at the WR Masters between Jan and Levon? Was it the WR
exactly.
Masters? Yes.
No, you're right. Levon wanted to draw with the white pieces because for his tournament situation it was very good. He was +3 and Jan was on 50%. And Jan with the black pieces in an objectively equal position decided to play on. It was very impressive that he doesn't make the move. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, we'll quickly see rook e1, knight d3. I don't think Jan is going for rook c2.
Wow.
But king e6, I think that would have been a great moment for Ding, at least.
Oh, we have it, guys. I mean, rook e1 on the board.
You kind of assert your dominance with king e6. Sometimes you have to make decisions like this. Although
we have a handshake. The game is in the books. That means we still have a tied match. And for Ding Liren, that's a success, drawing with the black pieces.
And in a game where he, in fact, got the chances to push, but Jan as well, finding himself in trouble out of the opening, keeps it under control, played precisely. I think we can safely say that both these players are relieved with this draw in game 13.
I think that overall, it's a good result for Jan. I think it could have gone a lot worse, especially considering the result of the opening, and also just the situation he must have been in mentally from still reeling from that game yesterday, I'm sure. For Ding, it's a kind of neutral result. I think he had some chances today, but still draw with the black pieces. He can basically make the decision now if he wants to go for a playoff, or if he wants to try in the last game with the white pieces. I think if he wants to draw, Jan is certainly not shying away from it. So we'll see in the next game what Ding's strategy is.
That is the big question now. Final game of the World Championship match. It's a tied match at 6.5 for these two players. And tomorrow's game could decide the world champion, the 17th world champion, or we could be headed for a tiebreaker. Well, it was a game that ended peacefully, but not without its twists and turns, Robert.
Yeah, the opening stage, I mean, we can pretty much skip forward to the moment where Jan played bishop e3. That was a new move at this high level. And bishop e3, the purpose was pretty clear, that your bishop at this point gets outside. The knight usually blocks the bishop on c1 when it reroutes over to the king side. But at this moment, knight a5, all of these are thematic decisions. But quickly, around this point, white actually made the wrong move. Fabi, d4, that one felt like an inaccuracy.
It felt to us that white should first include the trade on b5, a takes b5, a takes b5, followed by d4, and would perhaps lead to a slightly better version of the game continuation, because after all the trades in the center happen, and black plays knight to c4 like in the game, and the trades on c4 happen, maybe on a8 first, then white can use the bishop to a4 resource at some moment, and this would probably still be within the realms of equality, but maybe Jan would be pressing for a slight advantage. Instead, he decided to play d4 right away. We saw the same thing happened. All these trades, knight to c4, trades on c4, and now the bishop a4 resource is no longer in the position. And after f3 bishop to f8, bishop f2 d5, black was already taking control of the position. Certainly had a more pleasant position here. We saw trades on d5 and bishop to e4, and here a move that will remain mysterious to us most likely, rook to e5. Although I hope someone in the press conference asks Ding, why did you play this move instead of, let's say, rook b8 or queen c7 or something of that nature.
Yeah, at this stage, we were really liking Ding's position, rook b8, just to defend this bishop, allow for knight f4 and queen g5, and you're weaving a mating net around this white king, pardon me. But instead he went rook e5, which, as a question mark, we have a question for Ding. I hope it's asked to him in the press conference, because after this series of pretty good moves by Jan Nepomniachtchi, bring the knight back, queen e7, another inaccuracy, but this one I feel like is harder to blame Ding for.
Well, I think that it's not an obvious mistake, but something about it feels a bit wrong, and to me, queen to e8 feels like the same move, basically, but you don't block your bishop on f8. So, just from a logical point of view, I don't like the decision to put the queen on e7, and I think he paid a bit of a price for it, even though maybe it didn't affect the result of the game, but he started to suffer in this position after queen d4. f5, Ding probably correctly decided to sacrifice the exchange, but maybe after bishop g3, fe4 was a more interesting way of sacrificing it. Instead, he went for the endgame, which was also possible. But here, Jan was already putting some pressure. Rook fd1. This was Tanya's idea, and then Jan played it, so it looked like to us like the best move. Knight to b4, very complex position, so a lot of options for both sides. Rook d7, bishop c6. A trade of first to check on c5. A trade of rooks on c7. Bishop d5. Knight c3, and a very important move here, knight to d3. Otherwise, I think black loses. And here we felt like probably Ding is holding the game. Rook c2, bishop to c6.
Yeah, I just want to quickly show that this was the one thing to avoid, and that would have been a problem. But yeah, this was a really tight battle here, and instead he went knight d3 first, and seemed like he was holding the balance quite nicely.
Yeah, we saw one small chance at the end, but perhaps it was also very likely to be a draw, and instead they just went for the repetition, and maybe they're both happy with this sort of result.
Well, and then we saw a confident hold after that exchange sacrifice. The players are ready to give their thoughts. Let's head over to Astana.
Hello everyone, welcome at the press conference of the round 13. Today the game has been ended in a draw and the current score is 6.5 to 6.5. My first question to Jan, can you please take us through at the moment when Ding played knight to c4? You have captured the knight and then played f3, and Ding responded with d5 and got very nice initiative with that. What were your thoughts at that point? Have you considered something else than capture on c4?
I don't know what to say, so I surely checked like a few different options, but I guess the problem was that in the line takes f3, bishop f8. I wanted to play bishop f4, and then after, let's say d5, e5, knight d7, rook e1, queen c7. Looks like it's very hard to protect this pawn, because if I would protect it, I think I would get a very nice position, but I didn't see it. And also it was, let's say, a plan B, like to play just f3, bishop f8, knight f5, d5, bishop d4, fe4, d4, fe4. But here I wasn't so sure, like, if I really have some compensation if it just takes on e4. So it looks very nice, but after knight e4 I didn't see anything again, a solution, because queen is coming to g5, so looks also looks quite nice for black. Yeah, so I mean it was quite sad for me, but yeah, I just decided to go to some passive defense, and yeah, I really didn't really like my position, but yeah, I guess this rook e5 perhaps was artificial. I think something like queen c7, rook a8 would work like a charm for black.
Right, and what do you think where your position started to get worse and something was wrong?
Yeah, I guess I mixed up something. Maybe I should include ab5 before d4, but yeah, I should check with check the game later.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ding, how comfortable was for you to play this position when you pushed d5 and you were blitzing out all this move d5, knight d5? What was the evaluation of the position for you?
Well, it's a tense struggle. That at one point the center was occupied by pieces, not by the pawns. Yeah, this d5 break I'm very happy to play because it's like some kind of Sicilian defense. Then after, if black can successfully play d5, then he has no problem at all. He can also hope for some advantages after that. Yeah, I thought after bishop e4, I was better in this position, but it's not so easy to prove that the clear advantage for black. I want to play for the maximum by rook e5, try to protect the pawn knight with a rook, but it also has some drawbacks with this move.
So basically the idea of rook e5 was to protect the knight.
Yeah, try to take back the knight with a rook.
Have you considered to play, instead of queen to e7, queen to e8 move?
A little bit, because I missed queen d4. It's a very powerful move.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. My next question to Jan. When Ding played f5, that really spiced up things. Were you happy to see this move? What was the evaluation after that move? Because you got the exchange.
I mean, you better tell me what was the evaluation. Yeah.
You had better position.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it was a lot. So I had some idea like to play maybe 94 knight g6 or 94 knight e6, but I couldn't see how the things work. And then I'm not so sure. Yes, so I thought like it's very very healthy just to trade away a pair of rooks. But I don't know. I didn't see anything I didn't see how they prevent this knight d3. So in tactical things, everything works for black, it seems. So well, I really wasn't sure. So obviously the play could be improved, but I mean, I'm not sure it was like that much better.
Mm-hmm. All right, and also in the end game, that the position has been repeated. If this was another game of not the match, not the one of the last rounds, would you continue to play this end game, or anyway the position for you was equal?
But I mean, I didn't see like why am I better. Yeah, so I mean, my rook is passive, and the problem that he always has the counterplay against the b pawn, so he's not obliged to protect on e4. Actually, he could play king e6, let's say, instead of knight c1. I also had this idea, like after knight c1 to play knight e4, perhaps it's like slightly better, but then bishop g1 check, yeah, just it goes to opposite color bishop endgame. So if not bishop g1, it would be slightly playable for white, because the bishop on b5 would be a little bit bad. Yeah, but I don't know. I just didn't see like why should I be better here, though. Maybe I actually was, but I think the king is close, and like black has very nice setup.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And thinking about the last position, the end game, you gave some thought before you repeated the position. What was your evaluation in that end game, and how you made this decision to repeat the position?
Well, I think I have the repetition on hand. I was also considering king e6 to play for a win, but I saw knight e4, take, king d5, rook e8. If I take on b2, he can check on d8, king e4, and check on e8. And maybe it's also perpetual, because if I go king d3, maybe check on d8. Then he can play bishop e5. It's also a draw position, I think. So in the end, I decided just to repeat moves.
Right, I would ask the same question as I asked to Jan. If not the match, if not the one of the last rounds, would you continue this endgame, or would you just agree a draw anyway?
I agree to draw anyway, because the position is a draw. It's no way for me, at least for me, to play for win.
All right. Thank you very much. Time for the press. We'll go first, please.
Здравствуйте, Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, расскажите, пожалуйста, в целом о сегодняшней партии, о том, как складывался дебют и когда у вас возникло ли ощущение, что что-то идет не так для белых?
Hello, my name is Elmira Mirzoeva. I'm from Match TV channel. The question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Please tell us about today's game and how it was going. And are you happy with the opening? And what went wrong, if anything?
Спасибо за вопрос. Возникло ощущение, что что-то идет не так вчера. Так что сегодня оно разве что потихоньку отступало. Думаю, что в дебюте я где-то в неправильный момент сыграл d4, поэтому черные, в принципе, легко уравняли. Дальше была не очень приятная позиция. Мне казалось, что она защитима, но придется пострадать. После ладьи e5, мне кажется, у белых, мне очень сильно не нравился ферзь c7, ладья d8. После ладьи e5, не знаю, как-то ход в ход получилось отбиться. А в эндшпиле я, кстати, не знаю, то есть, наверное, какие-то шансы были, но я их не сумел изыскать.
Actually, after yesterday's game, something went wrong. I felt it. And today, this feeling just went down and slowly. And then in the opening, after this d4, it went better. And then the blacks, they equaled the position. And after it was played rook e5 and queen d7, and then rook d8. And after that, especially after rook e5, I was able to defend the position. And in the end game, I couldn't find a way to win. That's why it was drawish. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My today's question is for Ian. I remember a very famous advice given by very prominent Soviet coaches to their grandmasters many years ago. After a very painful defeat, next day you should look for a quick draw. But on the other hand, today you were white for the last time in this match. I wonder if you had this kind of dilemma before the match, before the game, sorry.
Yeah, obviously I had the dilemma.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a follow-up or that's okay? And next question from commentary team.
It's a question for Ding. Can you explain your thinking when playing rook e5, like what the idea was and what other moves were you considering there?
Well, my first intention was to play rook b8, but he will take on d5 anyway, and if I take with the bishop, he can play queen d2 to protect the pawn, and I didn't see a way to push for the advantage. I also considered something like knight f4 to sacrifice the pieces, but it's I guess it's not enough. So in the end, I decided to go for this. Looks very risky, but I guess it's not that risky. And rook e5.
So you were like trying to double on the e file with the queen, or try to put the rook on g5, or?
No, the rook is stay on e5 to protect the knight.
Okay. And after knight f4, how did you evaluate the position? Like, did you think the attack is not working, or it's equal, or?
Knight f4,
yeah.
To sacrifice the bishop.
Yes.
I just calculate several moves, and it's still on some dark ocean. It's kind of the position, so I didn't go further into it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question from Chessbase India.
Hi, Aditya from Chessbase India. Question to Nepo. Nepo, we are told while learning chess that you should have a poker face while you're playing and not show your expressions even if you are in a bad position. But yesterday, you let your emotions on the board, and everybody was watching you going through the pain. But we failed to ask you that what were you actually feeling then? And today, when you came back in a match where it's so close, how do you pick yourself up and go for the win?
Thank you for the question. Do know really what to say. Yeah, I mean, wasn't the sweetest moment yesterday, and well, today like I just came and tried to play chess, which obviously was not too brilliant, but yeah, I tried.
That's great. It's a commendable job. It gives a lot of encouragement to a lot of youngsters who go through this every day on the board, but to come back and show yourself up and be positive is a great thing. Great compliments to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Каждый чемпион мира хочет оставить после себя наследие. И готов ли, вопрос обоим участникам, готов ли чемпион мира пообещать хотя бы остаться в Астане на пару дней и дать мастер-класс юным нашим спортсменам, которые могли бы это наследие узнать?
The question is, every world champion tries to leave his legacy behind him, and in the same manner, are you ready to stay in Astana for a couple more days and give a masterclass to young chess players?
This is question to Jan, to both players. Oh, okay, yeah.
Вопрос к обоим участникам. The
Okay.
question to Dean and to Jan.
Okay, let's go with Jan first.
Да, вопрос с подвохом, очевидно, да?
Ну почему? Ну, если станете чемпионом мира, готовы ли вы пообещать?
Поживем и видим.
Но это же не ответ.
Почему вы решили, что это не ответ?
Ну хорошо.
Let's translate, please.
My answer is, well, this is a tricky question, first of all, and we will see. Let's see first. That's the answer of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Fair enough. Ding, what about you?
Well, I have very busy schedule. After the tournament, I have to go to the Grand Chess Tour, so there is no time for the lecture.
Ну, на самом деле у меня очень плотный график после чемпионата мира, и я дальше поеду в НИР Grand Chess Tour, и поэтому у меня нет времени на это. Спасибо.
Right. Thank you. Next question, please.
Ja, Ulrich Stock, Die Zeit, Hamburg, Germany. A question for Ding. Jan, everybody saw his emotions yesterday on the board, but I guess you have had also very strong emotions after the game. Could you describe them, and how did you get along with that?
No, I didn't have too strong emotions after yesterday's win. Well, it's normal. It's average level. Yeah, I saw Ian. He looks very, very upset when he missed rook e6. Yes, but at that point, I tried to just focus on the position and did not influence by him. Yeah, that's it.
But you equalized the match, so this doesn't give any feelings to you?
Yeah, the emotion might occur later, not immediately after the game, but it will appear later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. Maria.
Maria Cheskoma, I don't have a question. I just want to say this match is a lecture, and thank you both players for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If press has question, please line up here on this side of the microphone. And now we're ready to hear the tweets from Jesse. So please.
I apologize in advance for today's questions. Jan.
Better not to ask it.
Fair enough. Jan, yesterday, is it correct that you stepped into both rest areas? Did you accidentally step into Ding's, or did you miss him that much during the rest day?
No, I think it's quite. I'd say it's quite comfy when you're like moving around. You can see because of the like placement of their lounges. Yeah, you can see their transmission.
Ding, will you and Richard continue working together after this match?
Working together.
Will you and Richard continue
Richard.
working? Yeah.
Working is another thing, but I think we will, because we will play many tournaments together, so we will spend more time with each other.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Another one for Ding. How do you feel going into the last round with the white pieces? I know you made a note of mentioning the number of white games you've had left.
It's both advantage and also disadvantage. I remember once Topalov, the Tomorrov Anand match, where Topalov had white pieces in the last game, but he destroyed it. So yeah, I have a rest day to see what to play for the last, or maybe not the last game. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is for Jan. I'm only asking this question because of the volume at which it was requested. But are you superstitious in any way when it comes to your outfit choice?
Does it really matter?
I guess not.
So then I'll skip it.
Thanks.
Can I ask the same question in a different
No.
words? Okay. So you just like pink color? We suppose yes. All right, do we have more questions from the audience? No? Okay, I don't have more questions about the pink shirt, so thank you very much. Tomorrow we have a rest day. Thank you.
One game remains to decide the 2023 World Champion, and we've finished game 13, ends peacefully, and that means that both players are tied with 6.5. Big question on everyone's mind: will we have a world champion in the classical game? Will it go to tie breaks? Will Ding Liren push for a win with white, or will he play it safe and force the match into the playoffs? We saw the players at the press conference, and the thing that struck out to me was that they looked pretty chill. They were pretty calm. They were discussing analysis, lines, cracking some jokes. Very different from the Yan and Ding that we saw earlier in the match.
Yeah, well, I'd say Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Fabi.
No, you go first. You go first, Robert.
I would say the biggest difference I think we've seen from Ding is that he's much more talkative. He seems quite happy, whereas in other press conferences he's been down. So I think the win yesterday and a draw with Black today has energized him to the extent that he is now very coming out of his shell and answering all these questions, and he seems to be in quite a good mood.
Yeah, that struck me as well. I feel like Ding looks like he's in good mood, and Jan, to the contrary, does not look happy whatsoever. He didn't look happy at the questions. I think the last two days, obviously, pretty much couldn't have gone worse for him, so he's definitely not happy about that. And yeah, I guess, of course, Jan will continue fighting super hard. It might even be a good thing that he's not happy. Maybe it'll fire him up. But yeah, he's not pleased with the whole situation.
He was leading up until yesterday, and of course the match could have been very different if things would have gone differently for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he was so close to it. And Fabio mentioned that Jan was not looking too happy, not too pleased at the press conference. but he was still very straightforward, just saying no to questions he didn't want to answer and still giving his thoughts on the things that he was comfortable sharing. I have to say, it's been very impressive to watch Yan today. To come back from what he experienced yesterday with such little time to recover shows immense mental fortitude. It comes down to that moment that Ding mentioned, and Fabi, you called this out, that the miss by Ding today was the move queen to d4, which actually just neutralized the advantage, the edge that Ding Liren had in today's game. And the full marks, full credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi being under so much pressure for finding that move and being able to just hold his own in this game 13. And Fabi, you have been in this situation, a level score before the final game. Your match against Magnus going into game 12, it was very similar to this. A different way that both of you reached that game 12 compared to what we're seeing right now with the back and forth. But what are the nerves like, Fabi, for the players going into that final game?
Yeah, enormous amount of nerves. And I wanted to press in the final game against Magnus with the white pieces. I didn't really get a chance to because I was just on the back foot early on in that game. I was much, much worse, and he offered a draw in a better position. So I simply had to accept that draw. My position was quite close to losing at some moment in that game. I don't think we'll see a repeat of that tomorrow. I don't think that Ding will be trying to take too many risks. I was basically playing the sharpest possible line at that point in the match. I had kind of identified that this line I wanted to play against Magnus Sveshnikov, and that's why I was going for a super sharp fight. But Ding, we've seen him. Yeah, he has some ideas, but he mentioned in the press conference, and I want to point to this specifically. He said, I'll use the rest day to see what I'll play tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but the day after." And that means, and he's basically saying directly, that he doesn't know what he's going to play. So he's going to look through his repertoire of ideas, look through Jan's openings, see if he can find some sort of idea. It's probably not going to be a big one. We already saw he's basically resorting to knight f3 e3, the Collet system, not like going all out for the win, even though it did, funnily enough, turn into a huge fight with both players having chances and back and forth, and one of the sharpest games of the match. But he's playing quiet opening systems, so we might see a return to that. And if he gets some chances, like against Hikaru and the candidates, he'll take them. If he doesn't, we have to admit the likelihood of a draw between two players of his strength is quite high. I'm saying that a draw and a tiebreak playoff is very, very likely. And I'm actually excited for that prospect, because this is not a match where it ends in a draw. The game might end in a draw, but we're going to have a winner at the end of the day, and we will see that winner in that final playoff day.
And I think what's really interesting when it comes to what preparation Ding Liren, Richard Report, that team does during the rest day tomorrow is, do they start preparing for rapid? They won't explicitly say that necessarily unless Ding Liren is going into game 14 planning to strictly make a draw, because with the white pieces, he can force that issue. But what I'm wondering is if Richard Report, he'll probably be tasked with preparing the white pieces for game 14, but also the black pieces for a potential rapid tiebreak. There is a lot of work to be done. You don't just go in saying, okay, we'll deal with that when it comes. You want to get a head start. So I'm wondering if Team Ding, they don't mind the rapid. They think that his chances can come in the rapid because we've seen when you press too much with the white pieces, as Ding Liren, he referenced history. He said that, okay, on into Pavlov, these situations happen where the player with the black pieces gets a much needed W. And so going into game 14, you can't just go all in. You can't just say, this is my moment. You need to be careful, as Fabiano himself experienced in game 12 against Magnus Carlsen in 2018.
And then Liren echoed that sentiment, Robert, when he mentioned that it is an advantage, but also a disadvantage to have the white pieces in the final game, because it really puts the ball on his court for him to decide how much risk does he want to take in this absolute last game of the World Championship match. It could backfire if it's not a calculated risk. And Fabi, I just want to follow up on what you said earlier. You were talking about the World Championship match with Magnus, that last game, game 12, where in fact with the black pieces, Magnus did get a good position, but just offered a draw and the match was taken to playoffs. Now, how critical is that? In this match, what Ding decides, the strategy that he decides before the game, compared to the objective positions that he does get or the creative chances that he does get out of the game. Is it more important for a player to just have a plan and stick by it, or to play it as the position develops, as the game 14 might develop?
Well, I think Mike Tyson said it best, right? Everyone has a game plan until they get punched in the face. And although these players are obviously not trading physical blows, still you can deal with a lot of blows over the chest position, right? You're prepared for something, even if you get a good position from the opening. You still, if you make one mistake, like today, Jan got a worse position, and then Ding made a mistake, and suddenly Jan had a better position. So we could easily see that back and forth. You have to be ready for the possibility that you have a worse position, that you have to calculate super tough variations. You might have a general game plan that I want to play safe and I don't want to take a lot of risk. But sometimes it happens that you get a good position, then it gives you a lot of ambition, and of course, correctly, you should try to take your chances. But then you miscalculate something, suddenly you have a bad position, and that's how your game plan can get messed up potentially. So I won't predict what will happen in the last game. I think anything could happen. We've seen between these two guys throughout the match a lot of unexpected occurrences, a lot of things where we were super confident a certain move will be played, and then suddenly another move, a completely different move than we expected. I mean, even in this game today, Rook E5 was a small example of something nobody expected. So I would say expect the unexpected, but if we get a playoff, I'm here for it. I'm going to enjoy watching these two guys duke it out in rapid chess.
I feel like that's been the motto of this match from the very start, from game one. Expect the unexpected. What you can expect is that there is the final rest day tomorrow, a very crucial one, where, of course, Team Ding will decide how much they want to push for with the white pieces going into the Saturday final game. And the task for Team Yan is also cut up, that if Ding does decide to take it on, does decide to take on the challenge, where will Yan try to neutralize it and make sure that the situation and the position stays under control? These two have been epic players in this match so far. It has been such an exciting World Championship. As Maria herself mentioned in the press conference, the two have given so much joy to the chess world, and we've got one final game remaining. It will be there after the rest day tomorrow, a very important one. Once again, thank you so much, Fabi. Thank you so much, Robert. This was amazing. What an incredible day we had. Jan Nepomniachtchi comes back with the mental strength that he needs to go into game 14. Ding Liren also feeling confident. We have come down to the wire. It's going to be a big day. And before we sign off, I'm going to ask you guys my final question. If this was to go into a playoff, Fabi, Robert, I'm going to start with Fabi. Who is a favorite in that playoff?
This is such a difficult question. I mean, these guys are going to be so evenly matched in the rapid, and I might give Ding the slight favorite just because of the trend of the match, but I have to say that this is about as close to 50-50 as you can get, and I know that sounds like a cop-out, but that's really what I think. I would not be confident betting on either one of them. And we've seen before, not only in this match, but in their previous results, in their previous matches, a lot of back and forth. And yeah, either of these guys could be world champion coming into the final day, coming into the potential final playoff.
And I'll say that my answer sort of depends on how much Ding Liren tries in game 14. Because if he wants to play ambitiously and Jan Nepomniachtchi holds a draw, I think suddenly Jan will be feeling better about his chess. The last 2 days have been really bad from Jan, from a psychological perspective. And if we're being frank, in game 12, he had the upper hand and he threw it all away, and that's unfortunate because his play was shaky. But I think if he can right the ship and he has only one classical game remaining, then maybe he will have the advantage going into rapid. After all, he leads their head-to-head matchup coming into this World Championship. It remains the same because they're all knotted up, that he has the slight lead against Ding Liren historically speaking. So why not? Jan Nepomniachtchi could end this event as the world champion.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it, guys. I hope that we get a playoff. These two, with their back and forth, have played such incredible chess that I would love to see this match go down to the wire, for them to play all these different time controls, and then we will, well, one way or the other, either in game 14 or the tie breaks, we will indeed have a world champion, and it is going to be between Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren. Fatigue, energy, stamina, these are one thing. Nerves, control of tension, also playing the best chess that's possible right now with the world number 2, world number 3. What a fantastic match this has been, and I'm really looking forward to game 14. It is a rest day. We could have a world champion day after tomorrow when we return, or we might see an incredible tiebreak. And as we head into the rest day, we will leave you with the best moments from today from game 13.
Plays
Goes for
F5?
F5.
It's
on
losing the
board.
spot!
And oh my gosh,
Rook takes E6?
drops another pawn.
What
That's
does he
the
want?
third pawn that Jan gives up.
Quickly played and resigned.
Handshakes, and that is it. E6 on the board. Ding Liren comes back in the match.
You see two worthy competitors, and you see determination. I think that this is setting the scene for what could be an epic finale to this World Championship.
Fabi, no Sicilian prediction today?
No, not today. E45 going on the board.
Great call. We've got the king's pawn opening.
I think that his opening choice was relatively ambitious, more ambitious than I expected after the game yesterday. I was kind of thinking he might just not want to play today.
Ding sat down and played that move instantly. I told you, I'm really worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Ding Liren's ahead on the clock. He's pulling a Jan Nepomniachtchi.
The World Championship match could potentially be decided today.
I think that this match is following the plot of a classic movie. The movie is Final Destination.
And he plays it. I mean, this is some really brave stuff. This position is getting spicy.
Moment
He
of
looked
truth.
up at Ding. Yeah, he's going to make a draw. So the
Yeah.
repetition looks
Yeah.
likely. The way he looked over at Ding, like, all right, it's a half point here.
We have it, guys.
mean-
Rookie 1 on the board.
We have a handshake. The game is in the books. That means we still have a tied match. And for Ding
Wow.
Liren, that's a success, drawing with the black pieces.